introduction of new technologies taking place at a rapid pace, businesses across industries are trying their best to drive profitability through enhanced decision making. A major part of their efforts revolves around the use of analytics, which leverages data mining, predictive modeling, and quantitative and statistical techniques for business modeling and decision making. The truth is that digital solutions do provide a business advantage. As the companies move to use these solutions, there is a large increase in the volume of data created. So if you consider the data that was created maybe 5 years back, with the data that has been created today, it is almost 10 times more than what was created 5 years back. Eventually, all firms reach the point where data becomes key to their continued success. Now, the growth in data has impacted companies of all sizes, yet few companies have truly become data-driven and embraced data as a strategic advantage. Today, we talk about Industry 4, but the question is, how many companies, especially the medium and small-scale industries, how many of them are really able to leverage, the benefits out of data capturing and data analysis? Some large and established companies have definitely ingrained policies, procedures, structures, and are successfully training thousands of people, changing hundreds of processes and hundreds of systems to capture and analyze data. It is high time that we all embrace analytics in our curriculum. At VBS, we have a specialization called Business Analytics, where we are teaching about 13 different subjects. Now, what is the reason for VBS to ingrain analytics in the curriculum? Let us try to understand the advantages of using analytics in strategy and planning. Number one, business analytics can help improve profitability as it affects every aspect of the business process, thereby playing a major role in revenue generation, market share expansion, and decision making. So you all might be aware that we have some domain analytics like marketing analytics, we have HR analytics, we have financial analytics, we have operations analytics. Second advantage is with business analytics, businesses can gain deeper insights on business performance through visual presentations and graphs quickly and in a well-organized manner. And the third advantage is business analytics encourages a company culture that promotes efficiency and teamwork, enabling employees to share their thoughts and contribute to the decision-making process. Today, companies are trying to leverage analytics to build competitive advantage, as I've said earlier. The next 5 days, you will be taken through various areas of analytics. Some of you might be novice to this field, but I hope you shall get some insights on how you can leverage analytics to build competitive advantage. So best of luck, and I hope you all will enjoy all the sessions over the next 5 days. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your warm and enlightening words. Now, I would call upon Professor Brajesh Sharma, who is Associate Dean General Management of VES Business School, as well as is a coordinator of this event also. So I would request Professor Brajesh Sharma for his opening remarks. Over to you, sir.
Yes. Thank you, Pranjal sir. Good morning to all faculty members and participants. We once again welcome all of you to this 5 days FDP on leveraging analytics for competitive advantage. The 14 sessions spread across 5 days will be taken by 9 resource persons. And these all resource persons are well accomplished persons from the academia and the industry. So some reminder to all of you, to get entitled for the certificate, one has to clock 80% of attendance. This is mandatory. At the end, that is on 21st January, we'll have a assessment in which one has to score 60%. So based on your attendance, which should be more than 80%, and the score what you get in the end term examination, that is 60%, you will be entitled to get a certificate which will be given by AICTE ATAL. The feedback link will be shared at the end of each session and will act as attendance. And I request all of you to fill the feedback without fail to get the attendance. Something about the sessions. The sessions are practicals, hands-on, and it will be more of a demonstration by the resource person, and different kind of softwares will be used to do the demonstrations. Questions, we would like to have the questions addressed at the end of the session. Of course, this is left to the discretion of the resource person. I'm very sure as our sessions will roll out, questions will get addressed at that time. We are continuously monitoring the WhatsApp chat and the Google Meet conversation to address any of your difficulty which will arrive during the course of our delivery. So finally, before leaving, I wish all of you a happy and joyful learning. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. And now we will start with our technical sessions. So Professor Sharma, I just would like to know from you, are we starting immediately or after 5 minutes after a break?
I think, sir, Pranjal sir, we started on time, and our introduction and inauguration, sorry, we thought that will run for 30 minutes, but it has completed within 20 minutes. Thanks to Sachin sir that he joined. You also were very prompt, and I was also there. So as of now, we have got 39 participants. Maybe we'll wait for 5-10 minutes and then I'll start the session.
Okay, sir. So what time?
We will start at 9:50 sharp.
Okay, fine.
Yeah.
Okay, so then we will have observe this as a break, and
Yes,
9:50
yes.
sharp we will start.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Thank you.
Sir, no problem, no problem.
So good morning, audience. Our first session, technical session, and first presentation is by Professor Brijesh Sharma, and I will also share some part, but in the later stage. So basically, the topic is role of analytics in strategies. This is what the topic of first session is all about. So let me introduce Dr. Sharma to the assembly. Dr. Sharma is a seasoned faculty. He has been engaging, guiding, and mentoring postgraduate students of business management for last 12 years. Apart from his full-time engagement at VES Business School, he is a visiting professor in many prominent B schools in Mumbai and even outstation. Prior to his academic engagement, he has been an industry professional with almost 15 years of rich operational experience in pharmaceutical bulk drug industry. He has worked in blue chip companies like Lupin and Wockhardt. Dr. Sharma did his PhD from Mumbai University. He has cleared UGC NET and did his MBA, or we call it MMS in Mumbai, from Mumbai University. He has done his diploma in master's studies from Mumbai University and bachelor's degree in microbiology from Mumbai University. He has published papers in national and international journals. His interest area are entrepreneurship, business research method, strategic management, and marketing analytics. With these words, I will now invite Dr. Sharma to take it over. Yeah, Professor Sharma.
Yes, sir. Sir, you have to stop presenting now. Yes, now I'll start finally.
Yes, sir.
So thanks, Pranjal sir, for that introduction. Of course, that is a very brief introduction. I have got work experience in companies, and of course, for the last 12 years, I have been teaching. I've been in academics, and I've been teaching subjects related to strategic management, business research, analytics, and other subjects also, marketing subjects also. But predominantly for the last, 6-7 years, I have been with research. I have been with strategic management. Of course, entrepreneurship has been added in the last 2 years. So what we are going to discuss is the role of analytics in strategic management. Let me present myself. Yeah, role of analytics in strategic management. This goes very nicely with me because I have taught strategic management, and of late, for the last 3-4 years, I have been in analytics and trying to understand what is analytics. So I thought this will be a good place to start for me, so that I can share my thoughts, and of course, not my thoughts. What is the general literature available, and what is the connection between analytics and strategic management? So what is the broader agenda for today's discussion, which will go for 2 hours, is we will talk about what is strategic management. I'm very sure faculty members would be knowing about strategic management. Many of the faculties would be engaging the students on strategic management. But again, we'll have a very short understanding of, short means in a very brief, we'll try to understand what is strategic management. It is a very interesting subject, of course, and I like to teach this subject, and I'll continue teaching this subject throughout my career. Then we'll try to understand what is the process of strategic management. Of course, these are all one slide, presentations. So our entire presentation, what I'm going to talk about, will not last than 17 slides. Then third point is how analytics is the new source of competitive advantage. Now, this is something interesting. We will try to understand what is analytics and what is competitive advantage and how it is connected with strategic management. Then we will try to have an overview of big data. Then we'll try to have overview of analytics. Then we will also try to understand what are the predominant tools and the techniques which are used in big data and analytics. So point number 4, point number 5, and point number 6 will be dealt by Dr. Pranjal Mule. So he is a full-time expert in analytics and big data, and he engages students on these aspects. What I do is IT strategic management, and I also engage the students on marketing analytics. So this is the agenda, and for the first 50 minutes or 1 hour, I'll be talking with you, and thereafter Pranjal Mule will take the charge for point number 4, 5, and 6. So we'll try to understand what is strategic management. So I have this is the entire slide. I will share the entire slides and case studies and all the materials with you. So something which is in green is something which attracts my attention. So I'll read the slides and we'll have an explanation on it, very brief explanation. So what is strategic management? Strategic management can be defined as the art and science of formulating, implementing, and evaluating cross-functional decisions that enable an organization to achieve its objective. I've highlighted the 3 words, that is cross-functional decisions, and the point what we have to remember here is decisions and cross-functional decisions. The purpose of strategic management is to identify and exploit opportunities in the current period and also for the future. This simply means if I look at strategic management, it is not a short-term plan, it is a long-term plan. So I make a plan for 5 years, 10 years, and I try to identify what are the opportunities in the current time and what are the opportunities which are going to come out in the coming days, which will emerge in the coming days, and how I am well poised to exploit this. So I have to exploit the opportunities, and I have to exploit the opportunities which are going to come in the future days, in the coming days. So how I am geared, how I am I have got the resources to exploit in the current time and the future time, and what are the resources available with us. So fitting this jigsaw puzzle, identifying what are the steps we are going to do vis-a-vis the available opportunities, which are the threats in the environment, and what kind of an strength and weakness we are having. So playing this jigsaw puzzle, okay, is basically a strategic management ball game. So if we look at strategy, if we have to simplify, strategy is basically, picking up the choices, the correct choices, or the options which I am going to pick up. And this picking up the choices is not happening in vacuum. It is happening in the external environment. It is happening in the environment. And the environment basically has 2 dimensions, that is external and internal. So on the face, theoretically at an abstract level, it looks very simple. But when we go and actually do it, it becomes complicated. And that is the rationale why we are having this FDP. Before this FDP, we had got strategic management in VUCA world. Okay, there we were talking only in terms of all the theories and all the frameworks available in strategic management. But today, we have got a session which talks about strategic management and its connection with analytics. And it basically makes sense. Why? Because the core word of decision. So I'll go forward, and as the presentation will unfold, things will, and of course, things are very clear to all of you. It will be more clearer, okay, with a lot of examples and use cases. So my presentation would not be hands or demonstration. The demonstration would be in the latter half. And of course, the next session onwards will have plain, 90% of the pedagogy will be demonstration. So here we are trying to understand on an abstract level, what is the connection between strategic management and analytics. So what are the basic, level of strategic management? That is what we call as a helicopter view. Okay, so if we try to look at a helicopter view, that will be, if you look at the entire strategic management, it can be divided into three parts: strategy formulation, strategy implementation, and strategy evaluation. Now, what is strategy formulation? Strategy formulation is basically the intellectual work. Of course, we cannot say these are not interconnected. These are interconnected. But again, if I want to understand, so majority of strategy formulation is an intellectual activity. Okay. Of course, we look at how you are going to implement, and that basically gives an input in strategy formulation. But predominantly, strategy formulation is an intellectual work where you try to make the strategy, you formulate the strategy. There is a rationale how you are making the strategy. Then we have got strategy implementation. The strategy document is made. Now you take it for implementation. And actually the challenge lies here also. You have to implement the strategy in the true letter and spirit of the formulated strategy. Of course, there will be a lot of deviations. Things are not going to happen as you planned, because there are many things which change over the period of time. So when you planned, you had got an assumption of the external environment and the internal environment, but something may come and it may totally disrupt, as we had observed in our current crisis of COVID. So nobody thought about COVID. So there could be some black swan events, some events which you could not really think of, you could not have thought of or planned of. So of course, there will be some minor variations when you are going for implementation. But again, more by and large, you try to remain to your plan, what you have decided. And then comes the third stage, that is called a strategy evaluation. Now, what is strategy evaluation? Basically, it tries to, there are two aspects of evaluation. One is you evaluate and you control. Now, the evaluation is basically is what you thought of, what was the standards you wanted to achieve. And after implementation or during implementation, whether what you thought of doing, whether you are on the track or whether you are achieving that goal. What is the propensity that you'll achieve your goal? What is the divergence? So if there is a divergence in a positive way or negative way also, you try to control it. Control means you try to take some corrective action so that whatever you thought of, you have achieved. And if at all you don't achieve it, that would be a failure. But again, that failure gives you a lesson that in the next cycle of this process, you try to take that as an input, and that will be an input in the formulation stage. So broadly, if you look at the stages of strategic management: strategy formulation, strategy implementation, and strategy evaluation. If I go to my previous slide and if I say cross-functional decision, and if I look here, when we are formulating our strategy, it is not in vacuum. You have to take a lot of data, a lot of information. When you are implementing, implementation does not require that much data, but of course, on a real-time basis, what is the achievement level? Are you in tune with the planned strategy? So on a continuous basis, you have to measure. So the moment you talk about measurement, you are talking about data. When you are talking about deciding, you are talking about data. When you are evaluating also, you have got all the data, okay, what you had planned for and how the implementation has gone. So basically, if you look at the entire process of strategic management, it is data driven. So your entire decision making, entire monitoring is data driven. And that is the reason why we talk about analytics and the connection with strategic management. So now the question arises, why all of a sudden we are talking about this? Why we were not talking about this in our previous times? So previous times, we did not have the way to measure. We did not have the data. But today, with the advancement in technology, with the advancement in computing, and the cost of the computing which is coming down, the availability of technology to capture the data. So this all is propelling us, that otherwise what we were doing with strategic management was based on our gut feeling, based on our experience. Of course, that was not wrong. But today what is happening, that is getting supplemented by the data which is available in abundance in our external and internal environment. So if we just try to zoom down, okay, if you look at formulation, again, the same thing will get repeated. When we make our strategy, we analyze the external environment and we analyze our internal environment. The moment we analyze this, after this analysis, we are going to either pick up some of the options which we call as strategy, or we can create some options. Okay, so creation of option would be thinking in a different way. Today we talk about when you want to raise finance, we talk in terms of crowdsourcing. We want to have good ideas. So we are not talking about investing in R&D. We try to look at crowdsourcing of the ideas. So I mean, many times you can look at the existing option and see whether that option will be good for you to take that into your strategy and take it for implementation, or there could be a new creation of some option. So new creation of option is outsourcing. Again, that is become past and that is become old now. So when we talk about strategy, the options and which option which we are going to choose, that depends upon the fitment with the external environment and the internal environment. So as a professor of strategy or as a person who knows about strategy, if you talk about the general environment, you have got macro environment and micro environment. So when I say macro environment, again, the management, the literature says that you can analyze by using the framework of Pestel or Steeple. And if you want to analyze the near industry, you can look at the 5 forces. Okay, so there are a lot of frameworks which are available in the literature of strategic management. But faculty members and colleagues, please remember, these are this all will fructify only if you have got the correct data. Up till now, what we do is we just try to take a judgment. We try to assess based on our limited senses. But today, with the availability of data and with the availability of, all the hardware and software, there is one more tool, and companies are using this in abundance. We find evidence of this in the general environment where companies are using this and they are moving forward. If we say what is the internal thing which helps a company today to excel, so one of the core competencies is your competitive advantage. Competitive advantage in terms of sensing and responding. So if your organization can sense and it can respond in a way which is connected with data. So data-driven decision making is a phrase which we talk about very regularly, and this will be the consistent theme throughout our FDP. So again, I've highlighted here, these two things are basically the function of, these are the two important things which are data-driven. So now when we look at the literature of strategic management, there are two views. The two views are the resource-based view and the industrial organization view. So we are not going to talk about the IO view. We are going to focus ourselves on the resource-based view. And what the resource-based view says is when we make strategies, the strategies are basically utilizing your competitive advantage. What is the thing you are having? आपके पास क्या है? What is the strength you are having? Okay, so you try to exploit, try to take advantage, try to use your competitive advantage for superior profitability. Okay, so competitive advantage is something which is internal. What I am having? What is the edge I am having? If I am having an edge, so I can utilize that edge over the competitor. So if you don't have an edge, forget it. So your edge is basically your competitive advantage. I have got a very current way of saying what is competitive advantage. That is the edge. So what is the edge? Edge is something which you are having, a sharpness you are having. So that edge or the competitive advantage is nothing but combination of your resources and capabilities, which we call as distinctive competencies. So we are good in doing something. And we are good in doing something because of the resources and the capabilities. It is a combination of resources and capabilities. Now, if we talk in terms of analytics, so the competitive advantage is you have got the hardware, you have got the software, you have got the capability, you have got capable people. So only having hardware and software is not going to suffice. What is required is that you should have the capability. So if you have got the capability and you have got the resources, okay, hardware, software, data. So this combination will give you a distinctive competency, and that advantage you can use. That will be a strategy. And that's why we say there are new age analytical competitor. If you talk about Netflix, if you talk about Capital One, you talk about GE, you name a company. I'll just come out with a list of the companies. Okay, and then we will see at the end. So dime a dozen, companies are using this as a strategy. Why don't you use analytics as a strategy to go forward, to move forward? So when I say strategies is basically utilizing your distinctive competencies. Now the thing is, what is your competitive advantage today will not remain with you throughout, because this is a hyper competitive world. If you are good in something and because of that something you are growing, mind well that somebody or many competitors would be looking at you. They will understand your competitive advantage. They'll also start building your competitive advantage. So what is your competitive advantage today will not remain throughout. It is not going to remain in perpetuity. एक ना एक दिन तो आएगा that somebody will try to do the same thing what you are doing. So you should look for sustainable competitive advantage, a competitive advantage which is difficult for your competitors to copy. And if at all they can copy, they should require a lot of money and a lot of time. So by the time they copy you, you have captured a huge chunk of the market. So in this slide, we have got something called as competitive advantage, but the reality is you should have a sustainable competitive advantage. So if you have got a sustainable competitive advantage, one of the sustainable competitive advantage is brand. You have got patents. Of course, you have got capable people. You have got access to resources which nobody is having. So this all gives you a distinctive competencies. And today, when we talk about analytics, we say that you should have capable people who can take this data from multiple sources. They can do all the process of data science and analytics and visualization, and they can come out with the insight. This insight basically is going to help you in analyzing the general environment. It can also help you analyze your core strength, and based on that, you can earn your profitability. So basically, when we look at decision making is data driven, and data driven agar hai, and if the environment is having flooded or inundated with data, and you have got all the hardware and software to do it, and you have got the capability to decipher, to get the insight, to get the foresight, okay, then of course you will always remain ahead of the curve. So this basically we have discussed competitive advantage. Why strategic management is not simple? It looks very simple, very, very, very simple when we talk in abstract terms, when we talk in classroom, when we are talking in front of the students. But the thing is, strategy deals with future, which is uncertain. When I'm making strategy, I'm not looking at 1 year, or I'm not looking at 1 month, 2 months. I'm looking at minimum 5 years, 6 years, 10 years plan I make. Okay, so this basically deals with future, which is uncertain. So how to bring about certainty is, and all the more the external environment is a VUCA world, that the terminology called as VUCA world, that is the external environment is volatile, it is uncertain, it is complex, it is ambiguous. So if the future is so uncertain, how do you convert that into certainty? Is basically, if you have got that power to look in the future, you can predict. So that prediction is not only at the functional level. The prediction would be at a level where you're talking about a corporate strategy. So corporate strategy people, they don't talk in terms of functional, they don't talk in terms of business, they talk in terms of where the group is going to go in the future. So here, which is very unstructured, how you are going to use data, how you are going to use this current competitive things which is emerging, so that you can utilize this to foresee in the future, and accordingly you are going to take decisions. So the plans and actions for implementing the strategy are not simple, since there are multiple interacting components. Now it is not only the question of future which is uncertain, it is a question of this external, internal. The problem is at the intersection. See, when we talk about interdisciplinary research, we talk about anything, it becomes interdisciplinary. So the problem is not with the discipline, the problem is the interaction, the problem is where they intersect. So here what happens in strategy, it is the intersection. I can predict what is happening externally to some amount of certainty, but what happens, can I predict the internal changes in my organization? Yes, we can do. And how we are going to merge this together. So here we are not talking about a static target, we are talking about a target which is moving. So once you have got a static target, again your life is difficult because you have to shoot it. But all the more it becomes difficult because the target is moving. So your external environment is changing. To some extent you have got internal changes which are happening. And the intersection is a problem, and the target is also moving. And that's why when we talk about strategic management, it looks very good when we are talking in class and we are giving examples of success and failure. We talk about the use case discussion. This all looks very good. But when we go to implement it, we find this is a problem. That is, you cannot see in the future. And if at all you can see in the future, 50%, 60%, 80% of the time it is wrong. And all the more you can assess also, but how do you, take this dangerous combination and try to get something out of it? Of course, there is a light at the end of the tunnel, that is we have got analytics with us. So maybe analytics will help us being very concrete in our assessment of the external and the internal environment. But again, we have to travel a long distance into getting more definiteness in this science. So I hope everybody is with me. Pranjal sir, it is clear. The voice and slide movements are clear.
Yes, sir. Very much. Very much.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thanks for the confirmation. So what is the connection between analytics and strategic management? Of course, we have discussed this. But again, it is just in some words. Maybe that words will give us more clarity. So the idea behind strategic analytics is to answer a simple question. How can quantitative and qualitative information be used to make strategic decisions? So we have, up till now, we have been taking qualitative information. Your research is basically qualitative information. Of course, when you talk about qualitative research, of course, we have got quantitative, but again, we talk in terms of sample and limited, observation, and based on that, we try to extrapolate what will be happening in the external environment. So here we have been using quantitative and qualitative, but not to the tune what we talk about in terms of big data. Okay, so basically you try to quantify. You have got qualitative information again, your big data analytics tries to convert that qualitative information into quantitative and make a sense of what is happening. So strategic analytics works on the basis of providing a reasonable understanding of how a variety of quantitative methods in conjunction with structured and unstructured data can be used to help strategic decision making in any organization. So when we talk about variety of quantitative methods, of course, we are not leaving our old quantitative methods, which comes from, say, operations research, which comes from the area of business research. Okay, this all we are taking when we are talking about the new era of big data and analytics. But again, we have got many methods which are coming from the field of computer science. So you have got a lot of algorithms, okay, which are being used and which will be discussed when we move forward as our FDP move forward. And some of those quantitative methods, I think, will be covered when we talk about analytics, and Pranjal sir will be discussing about that. Of course, so you have got your structured data, unstructured data is basically the text data. So, you look at all this massive amount of data, okay, and then you try to decipher what is happening. And again, this is not happening only at one level of the organization. These are happening at multiple level of organization. So strategic analytics does not pretend to offer easy solutions to strategic problems. So it is not easy that you just click a button, you'll get the solution and you go ahead and you implement it. Nothing like that. In fact, many a times the remedy becomes the problem. Okay, the remedy becomes the malady. So what you think of is actually the problem. So if you're not doing the analytics and properly, means you're not collecting the data, you're not taking care of the data, massaging, cleaning everything, and then you directly put analytics. So the software will throw you some numbers, some interpretation, and then it is like a fool with a tool. So you basically don't know. So it is not very easy, but at the same time, it is not very hard. It is complicated. There are many moving parts. There are many things. So taking this together, will take some time, and maybe I hope that our FDP will be a step in that direction. So here again the same thing: analysis of general environment, data collection, analyzing and deciding what to do. One of the phrases which I like to quote every time is sensing and doing. Sensing and doing, deciding and doing. You decide and you do. For deciding, you need to sense and analyze. So you sense, you analyze, that will be deciding, and then you do it. So at both the levels, whether it is internal organization or external environment, you have to collect the data. Now, when we talk about inside of the organization, we are not talking about, of course, if you have got a small organization also, and you are an entrepreneur or you're running a startup, you will be fatigued by the fact that there is so much data. Now, imagine a big company which is operating across continents like GE or Tata's or Reliance or any big company for that matter. Imagine what would be the amount of internal data. And of course, the external data, there's no limit to that. Now, how do you take care of this? So here comes analytics, where we are not talking in terms of physical, but we are talking in terms of, software driven, more of automating the mental work. Up till now, this was done by a group of people and they were doing that mental activity. But we are trying to automate the mental work also at a very higher level, where we say that everything will be automatic. We are not at that stage. Maybe artificial intelligence and artificial intelligence in the future will be the ultimate automation. But as of now, we are using the machines, we are using the softwares, we are using the hardware with the intervention of persons who are very capable in this area, and that's why, and based on this, you are trying to get a clarity of the external and internal environment. So as I mentioned earlier, this analytics is not happening at one level; it is happening at multiple levels. Okay, so you have got, if you look at the entire organization, which can divide into three parts, and this is coming from book of computer science management information system. So at the very basic level where we normally, when we enter and we start our career, so we are in the transaction processing zone, operational level system, which are basically the transaction processing system. So here, when I go to DMart, the person who's attending to me, who's giving me the bills, that is basically your transaction processing system. It lists down, all the things I have bought, what is the price, and it is all automated, means semi-automated. They have to just click on the barcode, scan the barcode, and automatically it will be done. But this is generating huge amount of data. I don't foresee any organization today or any company or any transaction, leaving aside the Kirana stores, where you don't have a computer. You go to any place, you'll have a computer and the bill will be generated. And this is the immense amount of transactional data which is there, and based on which people are taking decision at the tactical level. At the management level system, that is the second level, where the supervisors or the managers or the people who are responsible to run that functional aspects of the business. Okay, so they look at this, and based on that, they make the tactical decision what is to be done. Again, you have got management information system and decision support systems there. Okay, so this works on the operational level system. And at the top level, which I am a big fan of, and of course, I find there is a lot of things which is to be done. Of course, at the operational level and the management level, there are a lot of things which are happening. But we are following the same system when we talk about the strategic level. So at the strategic level, you have got a business, a big group which is having multiple businesses. Say we can visualize of Tata Group. Okay, so Tata Group will have multiple businesses in it. Your information technology, then you would have Tata Motors, then you have Tata Pharma, and likewise many. Telecom business, the life science business. So this all business, how they are going to take this business forward. Again, you have to take decisions in terms of which businesses you have to fund, which businesses are to be turned around, which businesses are to be finally said Tata bye bye. So these all decisions are again taken based on data, and this data is based on the judgment, which is correct. But many times we find organization, they fail because they have not taken the correct strategic decisions. If you talk about Kodak, one of the classical failures, they were top in photography, but now they are nowhere. In spite of being at the top in photography, they are nowhere because they could really not assess how digital is going to take the forthcoming generation, forthcoming era. So they failed miserably because they could not really assess, and that kind of mistake happens at a corporate level. So there is a huge scope for using data and tools to take decision at this level. Of course, I am very sure all our case studies, use case studies, and data and demonstration will be more focused on the operational level, and of course it will be connected with this second level where we are finally going to take the decision about whatever the insight we get. But a lot of things and a lot of research and a lot of gray areas are there when we go at the top level. But all said and done, I find, I have done a literature review, I have done study, and I find there is a book called as Good to Great. Good to Great. Some author has written, I don't remember the name. And he says, here's an analysis. All these companies are more or less somewhere, they are more into data when they are taking the decision at the top level. So these are examples of TPS. Nothing to read here. So an example of TSS, that is transactional processing system. It is not TSS, it is TPS. It's a point of sale in a supermarket. MIS is basically at the another level. What is interesting is here, ESS, executive support system. Executive support systems are usually used to the employees who are at the topmost strategic level of organization management hierarchy, such as senior managers. The question what it addresses is, in what business should we be? What are our competitors doing? What new acquisitions should we consider to increase the market share? So if I look at this data, so if I want to analyze the general environment, and that too at a strategic level, this is a challenge where we are going to use ESS. That is executive support system. And here, when we, of course, it is not mentioned here, then I say strategy implementation, which comes here. Yeah, strategy implementation would be at a functional level, because you make a strategy at the corporate level, but the final implementation of all those business strategies will happen at the functional level. So if I look at functional level, that will be your operational systems and your second level systems. So what I will do now is, I mean, we have got a fair, yeah, these are the companies. I mean, these are the various industries which has been using, and the companies which has been using analytics, and they have, I mean, become big success, and they are basically called as analytical competitors. And this slide, I have taken it from a book called as, Competing on Analytics by Thomas Davenport. So before going for questions, I just want to share with all of you. I mean, I had one case study also, but I'll before that, I mean, I'm running short of time, and so there is a good book. I mean, this is the source from where I have taken the book. I've taken the material. This is Competing on Analytics: The Science of Winning by Thomas Davenport, and it is published by Harvard Business Review. Very nice. I'll share the book with you, or I'll take out all the contents, examples, use cases, and share with you. If you get a hand on this book, very nice. You can read it on your own. If you read it, the entire book, nothing like it, because everything is narrated in a very short format, in a story format, storytelling way. So the nature of analytical competition, what makes an analytical competitor, analytical business performance. So it has gone in depth, but again, you will not find any equations, any technical things here, but it gives a very good understanding at a very, helicopter view sort of. So to get a grip on it. We have got another book written by Bernard Marr, and the book is basically a very nice book. It talks about the industries and companies where analytics is being used. If you look at the front page, I could have incorporated this in my slide, but then I thought that won't be good. So how 45 successful companies use big data analytics to deliver extraordinary results. So there is a narration of 45 successful companies. Again, this is an old book, I think, which has been published in 2007-8. And what is the content? Let me go to the content. Yeah, so this is the content. Right from Walmart, Sun, Netflix, Rolls-Royce, Pixio, Pendleton, and these companies which are using big data. Now this big data would be used, analytics would be used in the operations, or in the marketing, or in the finance, or other places. But I have not found companies are using analytics in corporate governance and at the strategic level. So that, I think, would be the new frontier for all of us to do a research and try to create some content on that. So Caesars, Fitbit, Airbnb, BBC. So these all companies are using analytics to power their decision making and finally success. So I think, let me see if I have left out something. No. So now finally, I am very sure. Thank you very much for the patient listening. And now I'm open for questions. So this is the end of my presentation, Pranjal sir, and I'll be open for questions. There are two ways we can address it. We can take the questions at the end, but if at all there are some 2 or 3 questions, I'll be happy to address it.
Yes, sir. I think that is better if you can handle it now, because everything is, it's in the flow. So probably questions will be taken.
Sir, this is good morning, sir. This is Dr. Valliammal.
Yes, madam.
Sir, I have one basic question. Whether software knowledge is required to apply the analytics for strategic decisions, sir?
Okay, now I'll try to address this question. There are two dimensions to it. Yeah, there are 2 dimensions to it. One is at a functional level, operational level, and at a strategy level. That is number 1. So I think we are talking in terms of functional level. Okay. So knowledge of software. So Pranjal sir will agree to this fact that software has got array. So one would be you can operate through doing coding, and at the another extreme would be you try to do the same analysis by using what you call as point and click, menu driven. Okay, so if you are a researcher, of course, and you have got limited data, you have got a lot of time, and decision making is not very urgent, so you can go with the point and click. But that will be as far as academic goes, as far as our project goes. But if you are looking at a real-time implementation of analytics, say stock market, I want to predict where the price is going to go. So by the time you do your analysis through point and click and take the data, analyze it and get the output, by that time that opportunity is gone. So if you are talking about becoming an analytical competitor from the company's perspective, so for time being, you can go with this, batch mode. You take the data, you analyze, give the output, take the decision. That is fine. But if you are operating on real time, that is called as edge analytics. On the edge, you get the data, you get the finding, and then you take the decision. And this happens within a short span of time. So there, I think you'll have limitation in terms of going with point and click. But of course, second thing is, if you want to look at a company will not have, if you look at analytics, there are multiple dimensions to it. One is you should have understanding of mathematical and statistical science. Then, of course, I'll show my slide to you, but somewhere we'll get it covered. Then second is you should have understanding of computer science. You should have understanding of the basic management science, that is your operation research, statistics, mathematics. And also you should have understanding of the domain, okay, of the field you are. Now, if you intersect all these things, then the intersection will become analytics. So as of now, yes, if you have got a team which is working on software, you can contribute by your own way. I'm talking in terms of the company. But as an academician, you can go with point and click. But my guess is in coming days, after 4, 5, 6, 7 years, people have to migrate towards the coding environment if they want to make a full-time career out of this, in companies, in academics also. I hope, madam, I have answered your
Yes,
question.
sir. Thank
a
you.
long
Thank
answer to a short question.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Pranjal sir, I think you should take over now.
Yes. I'm just, repeating any other questions. I think most of the, the gratitude towards your presentation or your speech has already come. So let me take it over and I'll take it further. Yeah, so I'm sharing my screen. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, sir. You are audible, you are visible. The background is also very good, sir.
Thank you. Thanks.
Sir, just one request before you proceed. Faculty members, it is a request, humble request to all of you to switch on your video so that we can take a screenshot for our submission purpose. If you all can, please. Only for, say 30 seconds. 30 seconds, not more than that.
Even I would request that if you
please,
can,
because that is
switch
required.
on your video just for a while so that we can capture a screenshot.
Sir, I think that is more than sufficient. I have taken a print screen, sir.
Yes. We have already put on the recording as well, but yeah, screenshot is something.
Thank you, everybody.
Thanks. Now you can switch off your videos. Yeah, so now let me share my screen. Yeah, I guess my screen is visible.
Yes, sir. Continue.
Yeah, thank you. So again, I'm just extending the talks of what Professor Brajesh has initiated. And I'll start with the role of analytics in this particular area. See, if you see analytics, so analytics or business analytics or data science, these are all buzzwords these days, and people are using these words interchangeably, although there are some minor differences, but no matter, we are using it. And we cannot deny the fact that analytics is everywhere. We cannot even breathe without our devices which are around us, maybe a social media devices, or your computer, laptop, your mobile, internet, and whatnot. So they are all different, the generators of data all around us. So we are all surrounded by that data. And the other fact is companies want to use that data for their competitive advantage, what Professor Brijesh mentioned in his presentation. And yes, everyone wants to sustain. Everyone wants to take long-term advantages. Everyone wants to have a good clientele with the company and loyal customers as well. So how can they tempt their customer? How can they keep their customers to fixed or bond, they bound to them? And likewise, for that, I need to proactively know about my customers' likes, dislikes, about market trends and everything. Before it happens, actually, we should be able to know it, which I can call it prediction or forecasting. So how it happens? So the one way is you just start grabbing the data which is all around you. Okay, and that is what we are going to talk in this session. I mean, the post session, what Sir took. So we are just going to talk about that. So our agenda, what we are going to do, we are just going to have an introduction about analytics. What is analytics? Then why this is so important these days? We will definitely talk something very much specific about strategies, the market, the business strategies. But yeah, it is everywhere. It is so much important. Then when I talk about data analytics or business analytics, so there is one word which definitely comes to our mind and which strikes to us as big data. What is big data actually? Because we, hear it everywhere. If it is even business analytics or data analytics, but we cannot say that it is not a big data analytics. Big data is there, which is, somehow it is totally amalgamated in that business analytics word, which you can see. Then we'll see the ecosystem of the business analytics or big data analytics. Then we'll also discuss what are the different types of analytics which are existing and people, and we use it. Then what are the key technologies? Now see, business analytics, one need to understand that this is not a technology. Business analytics is basically a mechanism. There are certain technologies which, in the last session, somebody was asking question, the computer knowledge is necessary or, something like that. So there are certain tools of software. Okay, so here there are different technologies which have their own software to be implemented to get the more and more advantages of that data which is surrounded. Then we'll see some use cases. I mean, some examples, the companies, I have taken 2 examples just to get a better understanding about big data analytics and how companies are using big data analytics to have a better market sustenance. And lastly, we are going to do a very small exercise that if possible, we all can do on our computers. So I will do it here and I would appreciate if you can do at your systems. It is going to be a very small exercise and that is all about the sentiment analysis, which is one of the aspects of big data analytics. So, and that we are going to do in Excel. So don't worry about the software. You need to have either Python or R or any other RapidMiner or Power BI. No, it's only Excel. If you have Excel in your systems and if you have connected to this workshop with your laptop, so you can very well do it parallelly. So we'll try that. If it happens, it's not a problem. Otherwise, that recording is there. You can do it later on as well. Yeah. So we'll start with our presentation with the introduction. So what is analytics? Which, this is the first question which comes. Analysis, we all know. Business analysis, we all know. So what is that analytics? Which is something which is related with the scientific terminology plus analysis, sort of that. So this is analytics. So analytics basically is a process. Again, it's not a technology. It's a process. It's a mechanism. It's a frame or a conceptual frame, which is responsible to discover, to interpret, and to communicate all the patterns which are coming from that data which is there around you. So probably definitely you will capture that data. Once your data is captured, you are going to do set of steps on that data, you will store it eventually, and then you start exploring that data. And while exploring, which I may call it an exploratory analysis of a data, I may probably discover some beautiful patterns out of that data. These patterns are definitely going to give you a very deep insight and some information which probably you couldn't have seen before. I mean, only data, looking at that data with your bare naked eyes, you cannot see those patterns. But yes, these tools, this analytics process or mechanism which I'm applying on my data, I'm able to see those patterns. And if I interpret those patterns, it definitely will have a long-term impact on my business strategies. That is what is all about analytics. It helps us see insights and meaningful data, which probably I have not seen it earlier or otherwise. It focuses on insights which are derived from data, and I can make better informed decisions. I mean, what is going to happen in future, I'm very much informed today. Forecasting, predicting, which I'm talking about. And this is very much important for any business to sustain, because everyone wants to know what is going to happen tomorrow. Everyone wants to know how my customers will behave tomorrow. So before my customers, my market share, my overall grip in the market, if I'm going to lose it somehow, so I just want to revise myself. So how can I do it? If I know everything in advance, so probably I can correct my steps, I can correct my strategies, and I can move further so that I will enjoy that market sustenance, continuous market sustenance. This is what it's all about. So technology is there to help you out, and that is big data analytics technology. It helps organizations to increase sales. Now, these are just aftermaths of all these technologies and analytics which we are going to use. So these are all just results or aftermath, you can say. Increase sales, reduce costs, and some other business improvements as well. So these all I have taken from the Oracle. This is, the source is Oracle. You can go and check the website. So this is one very beautiful article on that site is given. So I found that this article is really very simple and yet very much explainable. So I should take few points from that article. Okay, so this is all said by Oracle. And what I was just telling you, that every company wants to perform better. Every company wants to sustain in the market. Every company wants to hold its customers and even the prospects as well. Not in existing customers, rather prospects as well. How it can how it can be taken place with the help of appropriate analysis of data, whichever you have. And if I make better decision making, if I can do appropriate decisions, probably I can achieve it. Okay. And for that purpose, organizations who are thinking in this way, organizations who are thinking for better performance, continuous sustenance, stable sustenance in the market, more effectively serving their customers, if that is their vision, mission, or their overall objective. So definitely such companies are looking more and more analytics. And these more and more analytics just to get more and more data, to deep dive into that data, whichever is available, and to know more and more about their people, about the crowd, about the market share, about their customers. And that too with a very fast, very rapid speed. And that all happens with the minimum expenses. Why minimum expenses? Why minimum expenses? Why? Because I require only data. I do not require any other big thing. I have a setup. I just have to grab that data. I should have a setup wherein I can capture the data. And the other thing, I should have appropriate technology to analyze that data. That's all. If I have, so probably within that, the less resources, I can achieve more further, rather 360 degree or in a broader way that I can do it. It empowers organization to unlock business potentials and business strategies as well, with the help of interpreting these data sets. Whichever data you have captured, you have cleansed the data, you have made that data analysis ready, you have put some of the technology, some of the emerging area like machine learning, artificial intelligence, deep learning, neural network, text mining, data mining, analytics, whatever. You're applying on that data and you're trying to interpret that data in best possible way to give your best to the company, because ultimately your company is to sustain, then only you will sustain in the market. If a company with the appropriate human resource, those who have skill to obtain, analyze, and interpret that data from variety of sources. Now we are going to talk about what variety of sources we are talking about when we come to the big data. We are just, but here you need to understand that, yeah, there are variety of sources. So if they can do it, so definitely they will be able to build everything, the essence of everything, to build in those strategies, which will help them to perform certain key operational areas like inventory, product pricing, talent recruitment, right place, right talent. This also can be done. Otherwise, in most of the organization, to some extent, it is my own experience also. I won't name any organization, but it is also found that sometimes the wrong positions, wrong designations are given to some wrong people. I mean, there is no match of people and their capacities. This happens. But yeah, if I use analytics, so probably that problem can be minimized. So HR analytics is a domain area which uses analytics to find out the appropriate talent, matching of talent, and the capacity in the organization. So that will definitely improve the overall environment, working environment, and satisfaction of the company, because right people are working at the right places. So there are many other areas also, but this is what few to point out. So that is why I have taken it. Now, having done everything, whatever we just have discussed about why analytics, why it is so much important in the organizations, that is what we have done. Now we'll come to the next topic. Yes, we are talking about analytics, but what is that? Is it related to some normal data which we probably generate in day to day? No, we are talking about big data, because big data, this word is so much diluted in this business analytics or data analytics or data science. So we don't talk big data as a separate word. Actually, whenever we talk about business analytics, data science, or all these technical words or these upcoming jargons these days, so it is all defaultly understood there is a big data. That's all. Now, this is what the big data. What is big data? I don't have to tell you anything in words. You can easily imagine and you can easily understand from this picture what is big data I'm talking about. So here, that child who is smiling, in facing the camera and smiling, he actually is a symbol or a metaphor of traditional data capturing systems, or your traditional data. Now, what is traditional data? So in earlier days, what Dr. Sharma actually have showed you one slide of pyramid wherein operational level information systems were there, then middle level information systems were there, and then top level information systems were there. So I'm talking something, the old days stories wherein data used to be captured with the, across the transactions only, or whatever transactions which are happening around the companies, only those transactions. That time, that e-commerce, social media, sensors, and many other things were not there. There was a blend of manual and typical client server architecture. Some MIS kind of systems used to be deployed in the company, and people used to work with that company. So management information systems, basically wherein data entry screens are there, employees used to work with their own. There are certain entries that employee only can do it. Okay, so within the boundary of the organization, which I may probably call it intranet, the entire system used to be very much bound to those. Bound to those. That entire organization of within the organization, transactions used to be generated, and that data used to be stored in some sort of traditional database management system. Okay, so maybe DBase. Earlier days, I'm talking about DBase, then now Oracle, then IBM databases, Ingrace, and many other IBM databases as well. So there are different kinds of databases. RDBMSs are there, Microsoft also. So these databases can be used to store that structured data. Now here I will use word structured data. We will discuss what is that structured data. But in front of that structured data, which that tiny child is actually a metaphor of, you can see the size of big data, which is just in front of him and smiling. That is what big data is all about. So what is big data? So big data you can describe as a massive amount of data. Now, which includes both. It includes structured data, which is typical RDBMS data, which is generated out of your transactions, organization transactions, and stored in bound tables. Only tables are there, databases are there, everything is definite and being stored in those tables. That's all. But besides that, there is another set of data which is parallelly running. It has its own world, and that I'm calling it unstructured data. Now, what is that unstructured data? So that unstructured data basically is originating from your social media, from online books, all online transactions as well. What music you hear online, what videos you see on YouTube or any other social media platform. When you visit malls, when you visit the shops or even the organizations these days, so there are certain sensors, there are CCTV cameras and all other sensors you may have come across. What is this happening around? They're all capturing data. So do you feel that data is not of use? No, every data is very much useful these days. People have realized that every data can give you something. You know, there is an old saying, which I strongly believe still, your actions speak louder than words. So sometimes this happens. So this data, which is not a direct transactional data, but these are all different actions which are being captured. They are going to tell us as a company about you, who you are, what are your likes, what are your dislikes, which websites you go, most of the time, what pages you go and visit those pages, what kind of music you like, what kind of videos you like, what kind of films you want to see, okay, what kind of books you read, what are your reviews about a product, okay, different reviews, then your emoticons which you give on your different social media and many other things. That all will increase the amount of data around us what is there, and I need to capture everything as a company because I need to understand everything out of it. Okay, I read one case study. I actually usually quote this case study many a times. I will quote it here. It's a very short case study, but see the case study, I will make myself as one of the characters so that it will be easier for you to understand. Because a case study, if I go that it becomes a third person singular number and the entire thing goes as a third person. You consider me as one of the players of that case study or that short event. So I actually am the client of a bank. I'm not naming anyone, but yes, try to understand that I'm the one of the clients of one bank, a very reputed bank and private bank. They are very much into not only e-commerce platform, rather in social media, easily active. So I usually share about my thought process and everything on my social media. Okay, I'm the regular client of bank. I usually do all my transactions, through e-commerce websites or online transactions, all my, amount transfers, and if I want to open something new or whatever, all traditional transactions, and I'm very much active on my social media as well. One fine day, I visited a bank. Consider this is not a lockdown period, but yeah, before that, or everything is normal. I visited a bank, so suddenly the relationship officer of bank came forward and he told me, "Hello, Mr. Pranjal, how are you doing? I know that you want to buy a new car, and we have got some good, offerings for you because you don't want to buy a car, and we know all your details, your consumptions, your cash inflow, cash outflow, and your overall consumption patterns. So we can give you some customized good offers." So I was awestruck. I was surprised how this fellow come to know what I want to do. And now this is what you try to understand, the blend of this unstructured data with the bank is utilizing it, and bank wants to offer to their best to their customers. Okay, so this is what one of the short case which I actually wanted to quote over there. So this happens these days that these people will offer you, banks, especially private banks, are working very aggressively in unstructured data area. And they usually capture your data. They usually find out what your likes, dislikes, what you want to do it, and many other things. So everything is all equipped with the technology, and basically the big data technologies, wherein they're helping capturing data, interpreting data, find out different patterns out of that data, and helping organizations to come out with some different strategies so that their customers can be more delightful. That is what it's all about. Okay. So we have just talked about reading your books, Kindle. It will generate data with what kind of things you are reading. Then smartphones, it gives you which location you are, what kind of apps you are using, and many other data, many things, whatever you do. So don't feel that you're totally doing everything in silos or everything in privacy. Everything is being captured somehow, somewhere, and people use it for their business benefits. So big data is not just the metaphor of size, which we have just seen. Rather, it's all about different types of features, different types of data. Okay, so I call it a variety. So I talk about it is not only structured, typical RDBMS data. This is there, which I am calling it as a structured data. But besides that, I have text data, I have video data, I have search logs, I have sensors data, I have customer transactions, and many more types of data. Whichever you think, everything is covered over there. Your customer reviews also, e-commerce customer reviews, your sentiments, your expression, everything. So all kind of data actually make one term as big data. It is not just a size. If I blow the size of transactional data, it is not going to become a big data. Big data, I want everything over there. So what are these 7 V's in that big data? Now, all of you are professors and you must be knowing about big data. Rather, you are more proficient and more knowledgeable in this area. But many of you must be knowing that initially when big data, this terminology started, it started with 3 V's only: velocity, variety, and volume. And today, over a period of time, people have started adding more and more V's over there. So some of the V's, 7 V's, which is the latest trend, which I have captured in my presentation. I will try to make you understand what is that all about. So first is volume and velocity. I don't have to tell you volume, the size of data which is coming every day, and all these are different devices are capturing that data. The huge volume of data is generating every day. That too with the high speed. Okay, high speed means yesterday. Don't take me as yesterday means yesterday, but take that yesterday was some few years back, maybe a decade back. So yesterday we were talking about MBs. After that we started talking about GBs. Today we are talking about terabytes, and tomorrow I will talk about zettabytes and probably yottabytes as well. So very soon it will come. So now see how dynamically and how far rapidly we are changing. Memory is that, but the way we are changing ourselves and the consumption of memory and the processing and everything what we are changing is very rapid. So velocity we can understand. Then variety of data, we have just seen what variety we are talking about. All sorts of data. We are going to use all, we are going to consume all sorts of data, because every data is to say something. The only thing we need to interpret and we need to, take action accordingly. So that variety is there. Now variability is another dimension which is recently added. Variability, what does it mean by variability? That data is dynamically changing. Earlier, whatever data you have received, probably you will not get the same data. It is just like if you go to coffee shop and you order a particular coffee, so you will get the same taste, same amount of that coffee over years and years whenever you go. Everything is same, nothing is changing. But it is in case of data, maybe whatever data, what sort of data and what sort of dimension of data you are getting today may not be getting tomorrow, may not be getting day after tomorrow. This is what the variability, which is very much true these days in terms of big data. Then veracity, visualization, and value, these 3 more parameters. Visualization, now big data should have that capacity to display itself in terms of, if you can display that data in the bar chart, box, S-Whiskers plots, line charts, XY charts, and many other things. For general exploratory analysis, which is the initial part of data mining. You need to explore your data, what your data is saying, what kind of trends are there. So that is what is visualization is all about. Veracity, you have numbers of sources to achieve or to capture that data, whatever problem statement you are working. You have numbers of sources you can, but are those really trustworthy sources? Or you're getting the data is really original, is not falsy data? That is what you need to check. So that is what about is veracity, because it very much happens that you capture your data, and if your data is not from authenticated sources, so your entire research may go wrong. So that we need to check it, that it is just the original data or it is just a proxy data. Somebody must have made that data and made it available, and you are capturing that data, rather this thing as not at all existing on the earth. So that should not be there. And lastly, why I am doing everything, the entire big data analytics research out of volume, velocity, variety, variability, veracity, and visualization. At the end of the day, I need some value. I want to get the value for my business, for my products, or for my services. Is that data, is that big data is providing you value at the end of the day, after analyzing, after capturing, then cleansing, then analyzing, then visualizing, and whatever, with the help of all different big data technologies? If at the end of the day you are getting the value out of that data, yes, you are done with your job. So these are all seven V's, and these days they are called 7 V's of big data. I hope I'm very much clear and I'm very much audible and visible both. Just confirm me, because I cannot see you. I am in my presentation mode.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir. Very
Everything is
clear.
good, sir.
Yeah, everything is very nice.
Okay, fine. Thank you very much. Now we are going to talk about the ecosystem of analytics. See, every concept has its own ecosystem. Earlier we used to talk about MIS. It used to have its own ecosystem, right? So similarly, if I talk about big data, so big data analytics or data science or data analytics also has its own ecosystem. Ecosystem is just like that. When we capture some data, we have to process that data and we have to disseminate that data so that people can use it for the various purposes, or people can understand from that data as well. So this is what the ecosystem is all about. So here we are going to talk about the ecosystem of big data. Now I'm just making this diagram a little explainable for you, so that I think you will have some initial idea how that big data works. So it is as same as the earlier traditional system used to have the ecosystem. There is no difference. But the only difference which you can see over here is data sources, which were not there earlier. Earlier, in olden days, when we used to have the traditional systems, we used to have only one resource, that is all about my typical RDBMS systems, databases which were stored over there. Can I request somebody's, I think microphone is on, so I'm getting that noise. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, so these are all different resources which you can see. You can see there is a sensory data, there are different documents, maybe databases. There is data which is coming from continuous data, 0, 1, binary kind of data, maybe a stock exchange data, whatever. There are different waves, audio data, there is video data, there is mobile data, and what all types of data, everything is being, these are all data sources. Everything is captured somehow in some way. Usually streaming data, audio video data is called stream data, and all other different kinds of data is called unstructured data. So all that data is being captured, is being processed, and it being integrated as well to create a master data. You can see that is what is happening. And at the end of the day, we are capturing that data, trying to get into that process, clean it, pre-process it, integrate it. We want to create a master data, maybe the audio video data or sensory data or any other kind of RDBMS data as well. Your structured data will also come into picture, and the other types of data. Okay, everything I want to do it and I translate it, and then I'll put in data warehouse. So we are going to learn that thing also. We are going to discuss that when we talk about the different components further. So we are going to warehouse. So now warehouse is a little broader term of database, which probably database is just one subject, but warehouse, when I talk, there are multiple subjects. We'll take in detail further. So I'm getting, obtaining all data, pre-process that data, make it analysis ready, and warehouse that data so that my further applications which are going to use in analytics can use that data, because big data applications are totally different. I require altogether a different approach. So I have a warehouse, even now latest, if I talk about the recent development, so even real-time data can also be captured directly in these big data applications. Now these are the systems which are there. Okay. So this is what is happening. So you can see there are different analytical applications. One is intelligence analysis. Now it is coming directly from real-time analytics. Now there are different decision support systems or decision management, maybe through analytical tool or maybe some other systems, business analytics applications which I'm using, and I'm making my organization capable of making some decisions, maybe descriptive analytics, maybe predictive analytics, maybe prescriptive analytics. Okay, I have business intelligence tools as well. Now there is a difference between business intelligence tools and predictive analytics. Let me tell you, because these two terms basically are, people use it interchangeably. But I have been working with this area for last 7-8 years now. And I found there is a basic difference when I work on IBM Cognos, which is basically a business intelligence tool. And when I work on Python, which is a language, or some other tools, which are nothing but analytics tool. So basic in business intelligence tool basically deals in current data. I mean, all history data, but give you more descriptive sort of analysis. So what is descriptive analysis? It's basically the exploration of that data and gives you the answer of what happened. That's all. Wherein, so that you can take better smart decisions. Wherein business analytics will give you, or predictive analytics, if I take that branch of business analytics, predictive analytics or prescriptive analytics, if I take in particular, they will not tell you about what has happened, rather they will tell you what is going to happen in future. So I will be having those informed decisions today itself, what is going to happen after 1 year or 2 years. So I can take corrective measures right now. So this is what the analytics, and that is what is intelligence. But yes, if you have that data from all sources, you can do, I can go for intelligence, or you can go for predictive analytics as well. And different analytics applications which are not directly, rather indirectly being using other systems also, you can use that data. So this is what the complete ecosystem. In short, you have sources, you have to capture that data from these sources. You have to process all your data, which is coming from variety of sources in a huge volume with a huge variety. Okay, velocity is okay. Veracity you need to check. And ultimately, you are pre-processing that data and you are capturing that data, storing that data in some warehouse kind of system. And all these business applications or different applications, analytical applications, which are plying and running in your organizations, are creating value for your organization. That is what I'm just trying to imbibe all 7 V's somehow in this ecosystem, right? So I guess I'm clear. Yes, so far.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah. Now next is
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much. So next, what we are going to do, we are just going to discuss about types of analytics. Now we have understood what is business analytics. Then we have understood what is the importance of business analytics in strategy making, competitive advantage, or whatnot, which were otherwise had discussed in prior session as well. Then we discussed about what is big data, what kind of features or the characteristics of big data. Then we saw the ecosystem of big data as well. Now we are going to talk about analytics. What kind of business analytics? What are the different types of business analytics are there? I'm talking about the processing of that data, the middle part of the ecosystem. Or even you can talk about not a middle part. If I consider that middle part is all about storage, then the right-hand part, wherein different analytical applications are using that ready to analysis data in different applications. So that business analytics application can use it to do that data analyzed for several classes. So there are three types of analysis you can do it, or analytics: descriptive analytics, predictive analytics, and prescriptive analytics. So what is going to happen, that analytics basically is a mechanism or a provision or a process wherein the different businesses use statistical methods. Yeah, statistics is important. Sir has already mentioned the mathematics, the importance of mathematics. Not pure mathematics directly, but yes, statistics is very important. Every business requires statistics, and some other technology which I am going to talk to you about. Machine learning technology or neural network technology or artificial intelligence is one of the technologies. So there are different technologies which you can use in analytics as well to find out value for your data or value for your organization out of that data. So I'm going to use those technologies, and yeah, the simplest way is statistical methods. We can use those statistical methods, create your own model using whatever available tools you have, and you can provide the better insights out of that. But yes, the other one more step ahead is machine learning. Machine learning is a different approach altogether, a technology altogether to analyze that data. We will talk about that thing. So there are basically three types of analytics: descriptive, predictive, and prescriptive. What is descriptive analytics? As I just told you, it uses only historical data using two methods, and it will analyze the data. And what are these methods? Either it will summarize that entire historical data summary, and the second is data mining approach. Okay, data mining approach, not for forecasting. Here I am using this data because many of you must be thinking that data mining is the advanced analytics. Yes, but data mining has two aspects: data mining for exploratory analysis, wherein I can see the initial patterns in the data. That is what I want to see. That's all. Okay, so I call it a data mining. Technically it is a data mining because you are mining your data, right? And data aggregation, I am going to summarize the data. Now, how can I summarize the data? You all can done it. I mean, it's not a data, part of directly what we are discussing, but I'm just going to give you that example because this is something what has happened, you understand. Okay, because descriptive analytics, the major question is what has happened. This is the main question of descriptive analytics. So we try to understand what has happened from the historical data. So we just grab that data and we'll summarize that data. And that summary of that data will give me what has happened or what was the overall situation or the sentiments, whatever you see, right? So the example which I want to quote it, I mean, all of you must have used pivot tables in some or other event or other situation. Just a minute, I'm sorry. Yeah. So pivot table you must have used on in some or other event. So what pivot table does? Pivot table simply summarizes the data, right? It simply summarizes the entire data, and once it summarizes the entire data, you get to learn many things from that summarized data. You can have your own inference out of that data. So what you are doing, what has happened from that data, because it was all its historical data, and when you summarize, you get to learn various inferences out of that data. Probably if I take the example of traveling, I'm passionate about traveling, so I surveyed about traveling, what people like traveling, if they like traveling, so what the amount they spend on traveling, which gender, what age, everything. I collected the data and then summarized the data, say a few thousand surveys I have captured, and when I summarize the data, I got to learn that males are more travel passionate than females, and that too with the age group of 25 to 30. These particular age group of males are more passionate for traveling rather than females. But in case of females, I found that 55 to 60 is the age group of females which are more passionate to traveling. So there are different two mindsets, maybe because of the other features which we have not included in that survey, but maybe home domestic responsibilities and many other things. So this is what is happening. So this is what I'm doing. I'm using a simply pivot table and try to analyze that data, get my own inferences out of data with that by summarizing that data. Descriptive analysis. Okay, it will not used to draw any inferences in terms of any decisions. okay, or any forecasting. But yes, you can understand from that data. Okay. So what has happened, just to represent that in the past, that is what the descriptive analysis is all about. Okay. It displays you data in somebody's, excuse me, sir, with your permission, can I take a call? One call is there, if you permit me. So I just need to stop it.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks. Yes, I'm sorry. Yeah. Okay, and it will lay the foundation for the future analysis. So whenever you have a data, when you capture that data, you clean that data, pre-process. After pre-processing the data, you start doing the further analysis. The very first analysis you apply on data, that descriptive analysis, to explore different patterns from that data, initial patterns of that data, so that you will have the overall flair of that data, inclination of that data, different different things, the different dimensions of that data, which you probably can explore out of it. So this is what is descriptive data, and it will definitely lay foundation for the future analysis. The predictive analysis, on the other hand, is a different question altogether. What is going to happen? What has happened was the last question in descriptive analytics. Now here, what is going to happen? It is more advanced method of data analysis. Here, basically, probabilities, again, the area of statistics. It is going to use some assessment. What is the probability it is going to happen? Something like that, okay, for the futuristic efforts. So there are different technologies to know or to do this, probabilities, or to forecast these probabilities. Very obvious method is statistical modeling, and the other method is machine learning technology. So what is that machine learning technique which is going to do? So machine learning is a technique wherein you capture the data, you divide the data into segments, training data and testing data. Using that training data, you create a model. So machine learning again has a three sub learnings: supervised learning, unsupervised learning, and reinforcement learning. Supervised learning is that kind of learning wherein you already have a know the outcome. I mean, from the historical data, what was the result, what was the outcome of the entire transaction. So those transactions have already been captured. So using those data, wherein you have known that last outcome, you create a model. Now once this model is created, now these models can be created with different methods. There are different methods: decision tree, logistic regression, linear regression, random forest, support vector machine, to name few. Okay. So these are all classification model, wherein I have the outcome variable, the last decision I know. I can create a model, and once this model, so there are certain other measures to know the accuracy of model and everything. We are not getting into that detail, but yes, through machine learning, you can create a model. And once this model is created, using that other split, which you have divided that data for the testing, you will test the model. What is the accuracy of that model? And once that model is fully proven, you will apply that model in your business applications, day-to-day business applications. So whenever any new data will come, you simply you will simply infuse that data into that model, and then this model will give you the prediction. Either it will classify the data, it belongs to group A or group B, or it will forecast from that data what is going to happen. So it highly depends upon what is the accuracy of model. If your model accuracy is 80% or 75% or 65% or whatnot, so there are that much percentage of chances that your decision is going to be true. So this is what the model machine learning approach. It is very scientific approach and very easy approach to do it. The other way is statistical modeling. Everyone knows statistics, so you can go manually with the statistical approach as well to draw future outcomes. This is what it's all about. So it is used for predictions. Machine learning algorithm, as I told you, can use it. It can be used to make those predictions further, and these predictions can can stand fruitful to solve the problems and future opportunities for growth as well. So this is what all about the predictive analytics. And the last come as prescriptive analytics. Now, prescriptive analytics again is one step ahead than predictive analytics. In descriptive analytics and predictive analytics, basically our job was what has happened and what will happen. But here, what action we should select so that things will be at their best. I mean, it is recommending also. So all sorts of, I'm using this recommending word deliberately because you must have seen there are many recommender systems are running around. Okay, you must have seen on your Facebook, you may have seen YouTube, you may have seen whenever you go and search something on Google. So whichever application you open, suddenly those advertisements or those things which you have searched, those things, promotions will start popping everywhere. So what is this happening? It is basically the recommender systems which are working backstage. So all bots are capturing your information, whatever you are doing, whatever you are searching for on e-commerce websites and everywhere. And after that, they will recommend you this. These are the similar kind of things which you may like and which you may find it easy or find it good for you. So this is what the recommender system is one of the prescriptive analytics family system. That is what I want to tell you. So it gives you option which is the best option. That is what. So it borrows heavily from mathematics and computer science, these two branches. Although statistical modeling is there, without statistical probability you cannot do anything. But yes, they are more inclined in mathematics and computer science. Okay, it more emphasize on actionable insights. Okay, so these actionable insights instead of data monitoring. Earlier two systems, they were more indicative systems. They give you some certain indicators, and on these indicators you need to act. But here it takes its feedback or its results and again refeed that action into system, and it itself takes a system. So these recommended systems, if I'm talking about, so the other branch of prescriptive analytics can be those systems which are self-driven. Okay, so that is a part of prescriptive analytics, or you can say the reinforcement learning. If I talk about the machine learning, which is the prescriptive analytics, is one of the types of analytics of machine learning. So reinforcement learning, whereas the output of that system becomes again input of that system, and actions automatically take place. So that kind of system is called prescriptive analytics. Such systems are very much thriving these days in various areas, as I have given you one example, to create different recommender systems. Yes, so you can select best out of it, or rather sometimes it gives you this is the best for you. This kind of recommendations are also there. So this is what is a huge area of prescriptive analytics. Although certain researches and everything are happening in this area, you will find more of the applications, almost 80% applications there in descriptive and predictive area. Prescriptive analytics area is still emerging. So that prescriptive analytics area is definitely emerging, but if it emerges, so you can see that what kind of decision makings my companies can easily have, because it itself will recommend to the company what is the best decision making in certain situation for you, and you can better take. You don't have to put your own brains on the basis of the prior data, historical data, whatever data you are providing it online real time, it will prescribe you the best ever solution. Okay. Now we'll jump ourselves to the technologies. What kind of technologies which are there in big data analytics? Now this is all for the data processing technology. So let me tell you, there is no single technology. I mean, I cannot call that this is the only technology which works over there. There are myriads of technologies which are working in this area. And as a whole, I'm calling it as big data analytics world. Okay. So these technologies can be applied on that data, big data naturally. What are these technologies? Machine learning technologies. I've just discussed about machine learning technologies too. Then data management. Data management, this is the one very first thing, data management. You must have seen the ecosystem when we saw. Very first step of the ecosystem is data capturing. Now here data management does not necessarily the transactional data management, which is coming from our transactions and it's creating some databases or RDBMSs in your system. Here rather data is coming, again go to 7 V's: variety, volume, velocity, then veracity, and various other 7 V's, whatever we just discussed. According to that, if I talk about variety, so that your data is coming from variety of sources. So all the data should be captured. So earlier system, traditional system did not have that much of that kind of infrastructure which could properly capture all kinds of data. But now we should have that kind of infrastructure which could capture social media data, web data, which could capture sensory data, which could capture this satellites data as well, which could capture your normal transactional data, which could capture all other different types of data which are available, audio data, video data. Maybe it is useful for you. And once this is all captured, that technology which will help you is data management technology. Okay, so it should be well governed and should provide you high quality of data with all pre-processing, all integration, and all kinds of applications run on that data. It will be able to, or it should be responsible to provide you analysis ready data for further applications, which are mostly business intelligence applications, data mining applications, and some other kinds of application. Or sometimes you can use that data for creating certain models from some languages as well, like Python, R, or any other system they can directly. Now, data mining, yes, it is again a technology. We have already mentioned, discussed this data mining for the exploratory initial pattern recognition from that data to find out certain patterns. But it is also used for future analysis also. Some complex data mining can be done. Okay, image processing is an application of data mining, wherein the different images are being given to the system or to the device, and on the basis of these images captured, it is tried to classify those images in different categories or map it, or probably it will be used. Such complex data mining can be used to to identify a criminal as well. So there are many things which can happen. So it is basically a part of image processing. There is natural language processing. Okay, this is some branches which I'm telling you. This is artificial, because machine learning and data mining, these two branches coming from artificial intelligence directly, right? So you can do whatever related to artificial intelligence, wherein the natural language processing is one area wherein you simply talk to the system and system can do according to you. So there are many systems. The complex data processing can easily be done with the data mining, this particular technology, to help answer your complex business questions as well. Hadoop. Now, Hadoop is very much related to the data management, as I told you, but it is not only related with data management. Hadoop is a technology. It basically provides you the entire ecosystem. The diagram which we have seen earlier. So it's a complete ecosystem, and this ecosystem, Hadoop captures data, it stores data. Now, capturing data and storing data in Hadoop is totally different from our traditional system. It basically stores data in HDFS format and process data in MapReduce format. We are not getting into that detail. What is that? It is going to be too technical. But yes, try to understand. Captures data, stores data in HDFS format. Now, HDFS format is very much similar to the format what Google uses. So Google uses this technology only, and it processes data into same format as Google does it, MapReduce. So it is 100,000 times faster than your normal systems. That is why all big companies, organizations are using Hadoop systems to capture the data, to store the data, and to analyze the data. There are a variety of applications which run over Hadoop ecosystem. Okay, so you can use like Scoop, then Python, you can use that data, Hadoop store data, but you can use Pig, you can use Hive, you can use Spark, You can use Impala and many other things you can use to drive, data, to capture data, to process data, and provide some complex results to the user. Predictive analytics, I don't have to tell you again because we have already discussed predictive analytics. Text mining or data mining, as I just told you, it is more towards, to know the sentiments, which is one of the important components of making business strategies. To know the customer reviews or sentiments of people about a particular product or about a particular service is very important for every company. I have given my example that I wanted to buy a car. Probably I must have mentioned in some of the social media somehow, somewhere, but company captured it, bank captured it. And now it created a policy, or probably it must have meshed with the policy of loans. And looking at my other data also, which is nothing but big data, my own overall rapport with the company, my transactions, my paying capacity, my other all thing. So they mixed everything and created a model, and that model probably must have given them that, yes, this is the person who, the loyal customer, or you can take that risk to providing him the car loan. I'm just giving you the gist of everything, how it happens. All sorts of data created, processed, and recommended by the system itself, whether to go outside. And that is why that customer relationship manager came forward and greeted me and was ready to provide me the car loan. Yeah. So this is all the text mining technology, which can analyze the text data from web, comment fields, reviews, and other sources, and it gives you what is the sentiments, overall sentiment. It is a positive sentiment, neutral sentiment, or negative sentiments altogether. So they are all key technologies in big data analytics. Now we'll talk about few examples. I have taken 2 examples. There were many examples, but I have taken only few examples. And if you want me, I will provide you those links as well. I have captured those links, so you can go and just read through those examples. They're nice examples. So first is use case you can say is, how can we use big data analytics to boost customer acquisition and retention? So this was used by Coca-Cola in 2015 to strengthen its data strategy. And they have built one digital-led loyalty program. Okay. So once upon a time, Coca-Cola's director for the data strategy was interviewed by ADMA. This is an organization, this managing director. Now, this is just a clip of this interview. A full link is there, but I'm not opening that full link because I'm also running with a crunch of time. So I will provide you that link so you can go individually and search it over there. So this is just the part of that, or the snapshot of that interview. And it is being asked that how much does that role of data, or big data you can say, play in Coca-Cola remaining relevant and staying connected to its customers in the age of digital transformation? What about data and product development? So the answer is all about data plays an increasingly important role in making and product development, marketing and product development. Consumers do a great job of sharing their own opinions. Now here, the text mining, text analytics, sentiment analytics with us, either by phone, by their emails, by their social networks, and so many things. They allow us to hear their voices and adjust our approach. We often talk about why we have 2 ears and 1 mouth. It's better to listen more than we speak. This holds true and with our approach on consumer input. So we hear more, listen more, and customize our strategies accordingly. That is what they want to say. So I have just read a few of the lines of this interview. So this is what the Coca-Cola is using, the big data strategies, and they have changed their data strategies altogether. What data now is to capture. Earlier, probably they must have started with all traditional system, but they have totally moved on big data ecosystem. The other use case which I've used is how big data analytics to solve the advertiser's problem. I mean, suppose what to advertise, this is what, and offer the marketing insights. So that was the thing, the use case, the other use case which I had. So after years of caution, enthusiasm, marketing and advertising technology sector, I'm talking about the marketing and advertising sector. Now this sector has, able to understand that yes, without big data technology, we cannot go anywhere. This is all mentioned in one of the articles by Medal in 2007. I have mentioned that as well over here. So this involves observing the online activity, monitoring the point of sale transactions, and ensuring on-the-fly detection with all dynamic changes which are happening. Okay, variability in data or customer trends. This is what is one of the point. For that, I have taken the example of Netflix, and this is again one. I've given that source. You can see, you can go and read the entire article over there. So this is just an infograph which I've captured. So it's a good example for big brand which uses big data analytics for targeted marketing or advertising. So it has over 100 million subscribers. By now, it must have been even beyond it. So big data helps Netflix to decide which particular program will be of more interest to the user, and it even can be customized individual one-to-one. Okay, and to the surprise, almost 80% of influences, okay, the recommendations by the Netflix are correct for the user, and that is why they are using more and more. So how it happens? So it happens with which device. You can see the questions is how they are searching the movies, what day and what time they have searched that movie or watched that movie, what kind of rating it is being provided to that particular movie, which particular device they are using. Okay, so that particular movie is very much device dependent or not, which when that program was paused, even that minute detail is also being captured. Suppose if somebody is watching that program and suddenly it is paused, and it is happening frequently, so probably it might have inferred out of it that particular program is being watched is not enjoyable. Maybe people are getting bored after watching a half. So how to deal with this thing? Okay, do portion of programs get rewatched or not? Okay, do the credits get skipped? So all these different questions, these are a few questions which are there, and all these data I'm talking about in terms of data. So all these data is being captured. This is all big data. It is not a transactional data at all. All this is the big data. This data is not going to be asked by any customers of the Netflix. But yes, that is all being captured passively, and all this being used, and the big Netflix is using to make their targeted marketing. So this is what the second case is all about. Yeah, and with this, my presentation here is over. And as I told you, I have a small exercise to do it. So I would appreciate if you can do it with me. It's open, in Excel only. So if you have Excel a version, it is onwards 10 or onwards, probably it will happen over there. Or if you have, Open Office, so it will also, Open Office means Microsoft 365, I should say, not Open Office 3. So it will also happen over here. So if you can try with me, it's okay. Otherwise, I am going to demonstrate that with you. Okay, so that's all. I'm stopping over here, and now I'm open for questions. But now tell me, should I take questions now, or we should do that demonstration first and do it?
Sir, we'll do the demo first.
Yes, sir, demo first.
Because
Okay.
that will bring clarity, some questions will be answered there and there
Okay,
based on the
fine.
demo itself.
Yes. So I'm stopping my presentation here. Yes. Yeah, is my screen visible?
Yes, sir.
Okay, fine. Yes, fine. Now I'm going to give you a very short, very small demonstration, and you may like this demonstration, that I'm using text mining application with the help of Excel. And it came to my mind, just one of the participants of this actually had called me other day, and I was discussing with him. He was mentioning something. So then he was just telling me that this is happening. So I then gave a thought, and I found, but yes, this is not the core menu or core ribbon of your Microsoft Excel. But yes, these are this is add-in feature. You must be knowing that add-in features. There are certain features which you can add on or add in your analytics, or in Excel rather. I should not use word analytics, rather in Excel for the further analysis, just like a data analysis toolkit. You can add it. It doesn't come, or it is not active defaultly. You need to make it active. So similarly, this is the add-in which is coming, and believe me, it was not available earlier. It has just come now, and that is the machine learning or text mining add-ins, which we are going to add in my Excel, and we are going to do it. So I hope that you will enjoy this exercise. Chota sa hai, acha hai. So try with me if you can do it, but I guess that version limitation might be there, that we need to check it, because what I have heard and I have seen, that if it is the recent versions are there, it will work. If you are still working with old versions, it might not work over there, because the compatibility of the app should not be there. Okay, so yes, if you have old versions, you just see it, and recording is there, so you then translate your version into new version, and then can try it later on. Okay, and there is a book also available. I will share that book also. I mean, not a book it's not freely available, rather a link of book which you can buy if anybody on our group, faculty fraternity group, is very much interested in data mining and they want to do in Excel. But one thing which I would like to tell you, that Excel data mining is very preliminary and very basic sort of data mining. It doesn't mean that it will replace the huge big data analytics infrastructure at all. Okay, so that is there. Like if I talk about Hadoop, if I talk about Python, if I talk about R, if I talk about machine learning technologies and everything, so definitely they are very profound big data analytics technologies. Okay, so Excel cannot replace it, but yes, for the demonstration purpose and how it happens, at least for the sentiment analysis, we can just have a look, so we can just get a hang of it, how it is happening, right? Yeah. So what I have done, I have typed in some customer reviews. Yesterday I had taken some reviews from Amazon website, but accidentally those reviews were deleted. I don't know how it happened, but I've taken those reviews for IFB machine, and I have put all the reviews over there. But today I lost those. I don't know what happened yesterday. So I have just taken a few reviews of one training session. Okay, so I've just taken a small sentences from that reviews of that training session. So this is what some reviews, like I am happy, this is one, then second, third, fourth, fifth, this is what is there. So if anybody wants to work with me, so if it is visible my screens, at least 4 or 5 reviews you can type in your Excel. I'll give you 5 minutes. Is it okay with you?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. So I give you 5 minutes. All participants, faculty members, if you can type in. Don't do all, but at least 3 or 4 you can do it.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, sir.
Which add-on we need to install? Will you please?
I'll tell you, sir. I'll tell you. I am going to demonstrate everything with you.
Fine,
and if you're
fine.
working with me, so then if you can type in, I would appreciate if you can type in some 3 or 4.
Thank you.
Yes, Divya, I didn't understand. What do you want to say? Professor Divya? You have given the first, you have typed in first review here. I didn't get you. You want to say something? Please, unmute yourself and tell me what you are asking for.
No, sir, nothing. I thought that this is for this session, we have to give some review.
No. It is just, you just have to type in your Excel sheet so that I can give you further instructions and we can have a demonstration complete. So it is just interactive. As if we are sitting in one computer lab and we are doing it. So if you can do it with me, it's fine. But after 5 minutes, I mean, only 3 minutes are there. So I will start further. I'll start it further. So if you can type with me, I would appreciate, so that that exercise actually will be there permanent in your computer. You can do it. Okay, fine. So I hope that many of you must have typed in at least 3-4 feedbacks from this, what I have done. So it's a single line feedback for every row. This is what I have done. Now what I'll do, I'm going to analyze. This is just a sentiment, or this is what you say, the training review. And this particular training session review, so these are the different clients or customers who have given, clients rather, not customers, who have given the review. I'm going to analyze this review. How can I do it? So it's very easy. So what you do, you go to insert. Everyone, are you with me?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So go to insert, and insert, you will get this window, get this thing, add-ins, get add-ins and my add-ins. Are you getting this? Get add-ins and my add-ins, because this is something which is, coming from cloud. So you can get it. So you can go to get add-ins, and here you search for, these are all Office add-ins. Huh? These are all available of MS Office add-ins. So here you type Azure. Azure is a Microsoft platform for big data analytics. You'll find that Azure machine learning add-ins. You will get this, and you just add it. Okay?
Got it, sir. Got it.
Got it? Yeah. Azure machine learning, and you simply add it. Is my second window visible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay. Once this is done, now what you do, you open it. Okay, so I will simply open it. So it will open Azure.
Excuse me, sir. Sir, once
Yes.
again, if I go to add-ins,
just a minute,
then
let me repeat.
Yeah.
So there are two things: get add-ins and my add-ins. So since
No, that is not
the first
there.
time,
It is
get
Excel
add-ins.
13. So can I have to go to store, App Store? No.
No, you have this feature in your Excel.
Okay, sir.
You need to find it, that feature must be imbibed in your Excel. Then it will happen. It's a recent version actually.
Okay, actually it is 2013 version, so that's why I'm.
Yeah, sir. Just go to the store, Apurva, sir.
Yeah.
Go to the store and where you can search Azure.
Azure. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. They'll get that Azure machine learning add-ins over there. Okay.
Azure machine learning. Okay, sir. Got it.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Okay.
And then it is already added. So you will get this window. It is just like a window which comes with when you create a pivot table. So an assistance window will come in the right side. Are you all getting, those who are working with me? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Now what you do, you click on, don't go to the Titanic survivor predictor. It is just a model which will create. We are not very much interested, Ravi, because we should have that data as well. So we go to text sentiment analysis, because this is what our problem is all about. So click on text sentiment analysis. As you click on text sentiment analysis, you have 2 points: view schema and predict. Are you all getting till this?
Yes, sir.
All okay? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Right. So now you do to go to view schema, because see, this is an app. this is add-ins app, which is now working with your Excel worksheet. So for that, you need to map your data as a schema with this app. Then only it will consider that entire data as one data set or one data resource, and then it will predict it further. So what you need to do when you get view schema, so you'll find there are two things. One is input and second is output. So
Yes.
what is, so what is to be input? This entire review to be input. Okay. So for that, what it is giving you a default name that you need to consider. This is a default name, tweet_text. Copy this name. You cannot change the name, Abhi. For this small exercise, we don't have to do it. Yeah. And replace this name with your earlier name. So I had given the earlier name was training session something, but I have now replaced. Now this both names are same. So it will take tweet text, this name, as a major resource for sentiment analysis. And it will take all the tweets which are given over there down, or the reviews, as input for sentiment analysis. Are you all with me? Done this step? Yes, no? Tell me, please.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Once this is done, so just close that schema. View schema ko aap band kar do. Now it is asking you two things. Input schema, input and output. I have defined a schema. So it will now take, this is my data source. Now what is to be input? So click here. It will give you the range, and you give the entire range over there. This is right from tweet text to mismanagement. I have given the entire range. Okay. You also give the entire range. Click OK. As you click OK, now this is entire range. Make sure that my data has headers. This is active. This should be checked. So this is all is given. And now copy this, because in output it might create a problem. So copy this, and here you need to define what is going to be your output, where you want to print your output of this sentiment analysis. So I want that it should be printed next the D column. So I want this should be printed in E. So it is E2. If I'm not wrong, it is E2. So give this as E2, because I want that in the very next cell over there. And it also includes header. So first row E2, it will give you all headers, and then down onwards, all prediction it will happen. So I hope till this step, all of you are with me, those who are working with me.
Can you just repeat it after importing the Microsoft Azure add-in? Can you just repeat once so
Yes.
it will be clear?
Yes. Sir, you have this window with you, Azure Machine Learning. You got this window open?
Yes. Add-in is imported successfully. So now it is showing two things. One is text sentiment and Titanic server.
Yeah, so click on text sentiment analysis.
Okay.
Then you will get a view schema over there. View schema and predict, two options, right?
Yes,
so
yes.
Click on view schema.
Okay.
And then now here you get that input and output, both options are there, right?
Yes.
And in an input, you get input one and tweet text. Tweet text is written, right? So that tweet text is considered as your data resource. So what you do, you just copy this name to your reviews, whatever you have taken. No, so I have changed the name and I have made that name as a tweet text. You can see on my screen.
Yes. I'm just copying it. Yeah.
Sir, I have two options: web services, Titanic survivor, text sentiment analysis.
Go to text sentiment analysis. Don't Titanic. Yeah. Don't go to text survivor.
Okay, there are a view schema.
Go to view schema and
there
replace. Select that tweet text and replace this name to review, all reviews which you have done. Right?
Okay. That I can type.
You can type, or otherwise you copy it. No, you type. Sometimes we commit mistakes as well. So just copy it, select and copy, replace it.
Training session review. Okay, fantastic.
Right. I guess everyone is done. Yes.
No, the type is not taken. There is some. They have some options.
Select it. No, this one. No, this is. You can select
tweet text. I can remove the tweet text. No.
No, you just have to copy it. You press Control C over there, and here you need to replace it. Here.
Yeah. Which one? The training session review will be replaced by tweet text or vice versa?
Training session. The first heading, no, it will be replaced with tweet text, not a vice versa. Training test will be replaced with tweet text.
Achha, okay.
Pranjal sir.
I understand. Okay,
Pranjal sir.
Yes, sir.
I think you go ahead with the demo because we have got 7 minutes left.
Yes.
We have
Okay,
to
thank
attend
you.
the
We
questions
can
also,
go
sir.
on. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
And then afterwards, it will close it, and then input, you give the entire input. Now see, this is what I have given the input. The entire data this way is my input.
Yeah.
And then output, I have just given the next column next to it, and make sure my data has header and include headers are active. Okay, and I have given the next column E2 for scorings to be revealed by predictive or the sentiment analysis, and you will find that one button over there is predict. Click on predict, and if you click on predict, you get that sentiment over there. All of you are getting, and you get that score, that sentiment. It comes through that app. It has that sentiment analysis imbibed over there. It read the data and generated what core sentiment is there in that particular statement. It is positive, it is neutral, or it is negative, and it is giving you that score. So that scores basically, from 0 to 1, and it defines what that score is all about. Lower, towards 0, it is going to be negative, and towards 1, it is going to be positive. You can see 0.8, 0.6, 0.8 is all positive. 0.4 is all negative. But if you go down 0.1, 0.2, 0, it's, this is how something it is coming towards a negative sentiment. Okay, so this is the short demonstration which I actually wanted to give you, how you can do a quick sentiment analysis using Excel. So I think that I hope that you must have liked this demonstration, sentiment analysis, and how you can use Excel for these initial data mining applications. Yes, with this, I am stopping my presentation, and now I'm open for question answers.
Sir, I just have one doubt. How mismanagement has a positive sentiment?
The mismanagement is a positive sentiment. Even I have a doubt when I did it, earlier. So that is because why it is happening that, this Azure has some sentiment app inside. I don't know what algorithm is written over there and how it is taking that mismanagement. Probably that application, Azure, whatever application it is taking, it is looking for some negative words, bad, sad, unhappy, sort of these words. It probably, because if you know that sentiment analysis, the entire, analogy behind it, so it just, creates a bags of word, and it tries to find out all main words, and these main words are all sentiment related words, whether bad, sad, happy, joyful, and some. So if this word is not in their bag, so probably it is treating that as a positive. That may be one of the reasons, and that is what I'm giving you. This is not not a very trustworthy, but initial sentiment analysis is okay, wherein you have those adjectives, happy, sad, wow, negative, sort of that, bleak, not good, sort of that. So probably it will take that as a sentiment.
So sure, we need to have some very to the point kind of keywords.
Correct. Especially for Excel. Otherwise, when you go to these the text and sentiment analysis, we do with R or do with some other things. So that is not a problem, because you provide the entire entire text, maybe a paragraph of book, to the CSV file, to the R system, and R system will then create a bag, and you will define all the criteria over there. So it is not going to be a problem in R or Python. But here, yes, it's an application, add-on application, smart application. So it will, you have to bear with it that way. It has its own limitations.
Sir, very good session and very elaborative session.
Sir, we'll get the video, no? Because I could not do it. I shall practice later on.
Yes, you can do it. Yes, sir.
Yeah, Dr. Mulay, sir, very elaborative session. Just I had a query. In analytics, the parameter varies with the type of analytics, such as descriptive, predictive, or perspective. As goal, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
As goal is in each of these applications change. For example, if I consider the HR point of view, what parameters to be considered to measure the talent, right? So, as the type of this analytics changes, will you quote few of the parameters so that what parameters we need to consider in the descriptive, in the prescriptive, or in the predictive?
Sir, to answer your question, so first of all, let me tell you that data set, whatever data set you have, and those parameters or the variables which are there, that actually, I mean, what is the problem statement even? So accordingly, you will pre-process that data, because what happens, sometimes you have a huge data of HR. Probably that entire pool of your data, all data or measures or variables are not applicable to whatever your problem statement or what is your objective to see through it. So you need to so you just have to pick up only those variables which are applicable to your problem. You don't have to take the entire data set. So this is one thing which we need to take. It's for example, your talent, acquisition or talent performance management. So probably some key performance indicators are there. You just have to pick up those key performance indicators and the whether the person really had performed in earlier historical data, maybe some 2 years or 3 years data or not. So and then taking that data and the action variable, which we call it a label or outcome variable, we can then create a model. This model can be a classification model, and this classification model can help you even to predict. If you go with the logistic regression, I mean your data outcome variable, I'm going a little technical, but your outcome variable, your label or your target is actually categorical type data. It is giving you 0, 1 or some different categories. So probably you will go with logistic regression and you can create a classification model over there. Or if it is a continuous data, so definitely predictive analytics, wherein you continuous means numerical data, wherein you have to go linear regression and any other things. So that all depends what type of data is are you having and what kind of problem statement you have.
Problem on hand. Basically,
yes,
it varies from problem to problem. Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Yes.
Sir, we will be, Pranjal sir and the faculty members. Today is our first session, and then in the afternoon we have got visualization also. Okay, and tomorrow onwards we'll have this functional specialization, marketing analytics, HR operations. Okay, so I think many of the questions will get addressed there. Okay, so since we are running short of time, we will just take, 2 questions have come. In fact, in the chat box, one was by Professor Dinesh Rawat. He asked a recommender system like of Amazon, Netflix would come under predictive or prescriptive analytics.
It is basically, it is near to prescriptive because they are prescribing you that these systems, you may like it or something. So they are prescribing. But see, in the prescriptive, there is again it's a range. I mean, they are prescribing, they are similar. So you can take it as a predictive also, but predictive basically is more decisive. Here, you may like it something, but in prescriptive also, it is, sometimes decisive that now you have to do it this way. So they basically come under.
It will come in predictive because they know what kind of a thing you like, and then they are prescribing.
They may,
another thing
correct,
that you should read. So they
so
know about our
habits.
habits.
A thin line difference. Yeah.
They know that I like some like crime genre, and then they are giving me. These are the availability of the other crime genre. So it is combination of predictive and prescriptive, and it comes to the algorithm of association rule mining. Same question, same thing with e-commerce also. So e-commerce, they know what kind of a person we are, what is our liking, they predict, and then they prescribe. These are the available alternatives which you should use.
True. I guess, sir. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Sorry, sir. Sorry to
No. Can we stop it? If it's...
So class, I'm saying class, faculty members, we are, for Power Pack session for the next coming 4 days. And I'm very confident that all of your questions will be addressed by 3rd, 4th or 5th session. All resource persons who are going to take the sessions are experienced from the industry, at the same time academia. So we are looking forward for great sessions in the next coming days and today also. So today at 2 o'clock, we'll be having visualization through Tableau done by Nikita Ramrakhiani, Miss Nikita Ramrakhiani. So I mean, request all of you to have your lunch, have your break, and then please assemble at 2 o'clock on the same link. And before the parting, request all of you, this is a very earnest and very important request, that please put your feedback form, because this will be taken for attendance. And while you are putting the email address, put the email address which you have registered with the ATAL portal, because then accordingly we can give you attendance. If at all there is a mismatch in what you have registered and what you are giving there, then it will be a problem for us to mark you present. I think that is sufficient from our side. Pranjal sir, anything before we log off?
Yes, so there is a request for all the participants that 2 o'clock. Sir, are we starting with 2 o'clock, right?
Sharp 2 o'clock will start.
Yeah, so that link is on, meet is on. We are not going anywhere. So you can join and you be there only, so that 2 o'clock we can start further. And if any question, any type of technical problem you have, you can contact to me, or on WhatsApp group, you can write to me by addressing me that we have so and so problem. I will try all level my best to solve your problem over there.
Yeah, sir. Before logging off from my side, please, faculty members, the link will be active till 12:30. After that, automatically it will expire. Thank you very much. Bye bye.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Pranjal sir.
Thank you, sir. Thanks.
Very informative.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, so welcome back, participants. After a lunch break, we have again gathered, and others are also joining us, but without delaying, because otherwise that delay creates a long delay in the evening. So without taking much time, and we will start the next session. In next session, our resource person is Professor Nikita. Okay. So let me introduce Professor Nikita, then she will start her presentations. Professor Nikita Ramrakhiani, she is a data analyst and a technical trainer for data science, artificial intelligence, and machine learning in Vivekananda Business School for business analytics field. She is with PhD as well in the field of data science, and she has completed numerous certificates in data science, AI, ML only. She has put her analytical and technical expertise to translate various business requirements into conceptual design. She has used tools like R, Python, to some extent Excel as well, Tableau. She conducts the training for postgraduate students in the field of data science and artificial intelligence. Her area of interest is application of data science and machine learning in various business practices and evaluation of artificial intelligence in the current business model. So with her short introduction, I will now invite Professor Nikita to take over and start her narration. Over to you, Nikita.
Yes, thank you so much, sir, for the wonderful introduction. And good afternoon, sir, Brijesh sir, Pranjal sir, and all the participants, and welcome for today's session for data visualization, for explanation and reporting purposes. So yes, good afternoon, and I hope you're having good time and gaining a lot of knowledge from these sessions. So as we begin, let's try to keep this particular session very interactive. Otherwise, I think this is a post-lunch session and everybody might fall asleep. So let's participate, let's interact, share our opinions and everything in these sessions. So before starting with the topic, we will have this topic a little bit of theoretical and a little bit of practical hands-on also, so that we can keep you engaged throughout the session. And throughout, if you have any queries, any doubts, you can ask me immediately also. So let's begin with the topic for the day, that is data visualization. Just 1 second. Yes, so before we begin, I would like to know, according to you, all the participants, what do you think a visualization is, or what do you mean by visualization?
visualization is the how you see the data after the processing of data in the form of some charts, some graphs, so that you can analyze it in a better way. Because looking at graphs, it gives a good impression and understanding also. That's what I think. I feel.
Okay, since I'm presenting my screen, I won't be able to access the chat box and I will not be able to assess who is answering the question. So please just state your name when you're answering so that it will be easy for me to communicate.
Yeah, Nikita.
Yes.
This is Prasad from Andhra Pradesh. Good to meet you over internet. Coming to the part, here visualization nothing but the graphic representation of the data, which is very easily understandable to common man also, in simple terms.
Exactly.
Yeah.
In simple terms. Okay. Yes. Thank you so much, Prasad.
Thank you.
So basically, visualization is converting all the data, whether it is numbers, whether it is names of the cities, whether it is names of the movies, and so on, converting all of that data into a very, very eye-pleasing manner, a very, very comprehensible manner, which a simple person who does not understand that lot of data, who has not worked with it, but still looking at that particular visual appeal can identify what you want to represent, what you want to convey. So basically converting all of the data into a very visually pleasing manner for a layman to understand and comprehend is nothing but what we aim to achieve using visualizations. I think everyone is very clear what a visualization is, and I think few of us have also done few visualizations in Excel. So today we will take it a little bit ahead, a step ahead, and see how to get more detailed visualizations.
Nikita
So
madam.
Yes, sir.
Nikita madam, just if you permit me only for 1 minute. 1 minute.
Yes, sure, sir.
What I have done, I did not share in our previous introductory class and our inaugural session, is I have developed a small visualization, nothing great there, about the participants and the geographical spread across India.
Yes,
so
sir.
I just take your time and your permission to share my screen and show that visualization to all of you.
Yes, sir, sure.
Here, Nikita madam, can you see the screen?
No, sir, not yet.
Now?
No, sir, it's not visible. Sir, is it visible? Yes, sir,
No,
now it's visible.
It is coming, sir.
Yes.
Now
so,
it's visible,
so
sir.
this visualization, I got the data of all the participants, their state, okay, their PIN code. So based on that, based on the state name, we have done it. So we can find maximum participants are from Maharashtra, 20, and then Punjab, and so on and so forth. So we have got a proper spread, and through here we can clearly see there is nobody from Chhattisgarh, if at all my data is correct. And this state, I think this will be which state, I don't know. This is Maharashtra. This is
that is Telangana.
Telangana, yes.
Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, yes.
Yes. So we don't have any participants, but looking at this, we can at one stroke understand we have got participants from which state from India. So that's what I want to do.
Largest from Maharashtra, I think.
Maharashtra is 20.
20, yes. So maximum participants are from Maharashtra for us.
Yeah. So second visualization also was with respect to PIN code. But then I'm not going to take your time. You can.
No, sir. You can actually. This is something that we are going to study today. All of the participants, we are going to see more of such graphs today.
Yes. That's what I wanted to do, madam.
Yes, sir. Definitely.
Yeah. Thanks for giving me the time to present.
Sir, anytime. I think participants are more excited now to learn through this session.
Yes, madam.
Yeah, very practical one.
Practical one, yes. Very much.
Live session.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes. Okay. So visualization is nothing but taking large amounts of data and making it comprehensible, simple and understandable for a person. Visualization individually is very much strong on its own, but when we combine it with respect to data, it becomes data visualization, which we are going to study a little bit about today. So using these few things, we achieve so many things, like so many aims, like we convert a boring amateur basically design into a story format. We can raise its potential. We can identify trends and patterns, which we cannot when we look at a plain Excel document completed with thousands and thousands of rows. So visualization also helps us to identify few trends or patterns which were hidden to us when we were reading the data or raw data. So when we clean that data, when we present it, we might come through conclusions, inferences, which might help us in any number of ways in our professional front. So basic comparison, when you are given an option, I think rather than image A, you would be more interested in image 2, which gives you a clear-cut idea that this is how, I'll just hide it here. This is how the sales of a particular drug have increased over a period of time based on each quarter 1, 2, 3, and 4. Or this may be some other division, I'm not sure. But basically, for sales of a drug over a period of time, it is very much easy to understand looking at image B that the sales, how they are distributed across over that particular time. Rather than going through and reading all of these tables over here, getting the grand total and everything, it is easy to comprehend using this particular visualization, even though it is as simple as a one straight line and few dots, but still it is much more appealing for a person than going through the raw data. So why do we do visualizations? First one, yes, to tell a story. A very good visualization that we will look at the end of the session is now a hospital in US has incorporated Tableau visualization to get an idea about how COVID has progressed over 2 years. And that particular visualization is dynamic as the number of patients admitted and left and died are updated in the Excel. Parallelly, that visualization also gets updated. So that means it is a dynamic one. So basically, grim data like, the progress of COVID, the death rate and everything is being converted in the form of the story that where it has started and where it has ended and which months, where, which regions, what kind of people were affected, what was the age category of people who were affected the most, what was their vaccination situation, etc. So entire data which can be spread out over number of Excels was consolidated and presented in one particular story in one dashboard using Tableau, basically giving you the entire summary with just a glance rather than taking hours of your time. Other than that, for example, if an area is found out that vaccination rate is very less, and visualization makes it easy to pinpoint, you can come up with the reasons that what is the difference between area A, B, C and XYZ, that vaccination rate has gone down so much. So these things of discovering things that are hidden behind the raw data, coming out with the reasons or analysis and inspiring you to take due diligence or due action to change that particular thing is also something that is aided by visualizations. So one more thing, when you're going for visualizations, it is not very easy that whatever graph or chart you are choosing may be suitable for your visualization or for your data. For example, on this particular slide, you have two graphs which are representing one and the same thing, that how population has increased over the years. The only difference being the scale of the year that we have taken. So even though the graph chosen is exactly the same, that is a line graph, but because the scale is different, graph number 1 suggests that the increase in population is steady over the years. There is no steep increase or a sudden increase, and hence nothing should be done. But the same graph, when I modify the scale, it represents that no, the population has increased very quickly. The growth has been too quick for us to adapt and something needs to be done. So just visualizing or just going to any visualization is not enough. We have to understand which visualization to choose for what purpose and what are we trying to represent or analyze. So whenever you are choosing a visualization, it is very, very important because your entire analysis may go haywire if you do not choose it properly. So basically, we'll see a few principles of visualizations that we have to choose before going to practical hands-on. So to do that, why do we use visualizations? We have checked where we have started to apply our visualizations. We'll see a few of these. We have data management and geographical information. I think Brijesh sir showed us how it is very, very important. A similar graph was also chosen for basically the app. I think we have all downloaded Arogya Setu. to come to know that in our area, is it a red zone, a green zone, an orange zone or not related to COVID. That is also nothing but geographical visualization represented, and it made our life very, very easy. I think it helped us keep ourselves safe during this pandemic. Next, statistical analysis is very important when you're calculating trends, when you're calculating something over a period of time, whether it's profit, whether it's sales, or any other mathematical function. Perception and cognition, something that we are going to see today, and interaction, also something that we will see today. So data visualization has many, many applications. Depending on your work, your professional area, you can choose which one suits you the best and start applying that to your field. So coming to the principles of visualizations, again, a similar example over here. First purpose, whenever you are going for a visualization, first purpose or first step that you have to do is you have to be very, very clear that what is the purpose of your visualization. You cannot have three purposes together and then start your visualization. You have to focus, or you have to narrow down one question and start working your visualization in that way. Apart from that, next step includes that you have to select that particular visualization very carefully if it is suitable for you or not. A very good example, if you have to observe profit or sales over a period of time, date will definitely be of importance to you, and it has to be in a straight line if you are calculating something over a continuous period of time. But if you are calculating your profits in terms of quarters, that is the first quarter, second quarter, and so on, in that case, it is not necessary that you have a straight line. You can have quarter-wise separate bars. You can go for a bar chart or other visualizations, which we will see in today's session. Third one and the fourth one are quite interrelated to each other. You have to be excellent at your scales, that is your graphical excellence. What scale are you going to give to your x-axis, y-axis, what dimensions you are going to use, and aesthetics, the color combinations and the shape and the size, is it suitable for you or not. So these few things are very, very important when you are deciding. A very good example is at the right hand side. If anyone can tell me, out of these two graphs, which one do you prefer to use, the green one or the white one?
White one.
The white one. Can you explain why? Can you please share your reason why you want to go for the white one?
I think white one is having more clarity in terms of like percentage also is mentioned on the top of every bar. This type of page from Rajasthan, Jaipur, right? And also looking at the references also, left side, you are seeing a lot of different, at one side.
A lot of, I'm so sorry, I'm not audible. On the left hand side, we see a lot of
like 62 and 54.
62 and 54, yes.
But at the right side, when the percentage is mentioned, you will know like it's not very much different. Hardly a 8% difference is there. So, it will give more clarity.
Okay, yes. Your name, please?
Dr. Avnish Vijay from Jaipur, Rajasthan.
Okay, Dr. Avnish. Thank you so much for your answer. Yes, so exactly. Just 1 second, please. I'm so sorry for the noise disturbance. Yes, I'm so sorry for the interruption, and I hope it won't be there again. Yes. So yes, Dr. Avnish, as you correctly pointed it out, the graph on the left-hand side, first of all, the color combination definitely not working. It is a little out of the place. Secondly, when you look at this particular graph, the data that you're analyzing, it gives you a picture that there is a huge difference between group A and group B and group C. But when you go percentage wise, you realize, as you pointed it out, that the difference is only 8% and not much. So this particular thing is the left side graph is giving us incorrect illusion to the eye when we are looking at it without going through the numbers, whereas the right hand one is giving us the correct idea that what is the difference and what is happening. So it is very, very important, even though your data is same, even though the type of visualization is same, the color is not affecting the conclusion, but the scale that you have chosen, your graphical excellence that you have chosen, is giving out incorrect illusion, which is not correct if you're going only through visualization. If you have visualizations in your report, the person that you have given your report to is not going to spend an hour to read your report in a detailed manner, right? Even we wouldn't do that. We are not going to go one by one, check the numbers and read it out when I have a graph in front of me to look and get conclusions, right? So it is very important that if you're incorporating visualization, it should give out the correct information. Otherwise, there is no point of adding any visualization. Interactivity is something that you implement. For example, if a group D is being added to this particular data, it should adapt itself to this entire chart and give you an apt information. If you are adding a condition that sales of group A, group B, group C with respect to areas, whether it is Jaipur, Mumbai or so on, it has to be incorporated in your entire visualization and not only a single part. That includes interactivity. We are going to check it out again in today's session. Distorting the data, I think, is a basic rule that we have to follow no matter what. Do not mess with the data, clean it, impute it, suit it to your own senses, but distorting or modifying the data is completely to be avoided throughout any visualization. So one more example of a flawed visualization. For example, if you're using a pie chart and you are leaving a part of pie chart incomplete without any data, then there is no point of using a pie chart. This could have been easily represented in a bar chart or in a stacked bar chart, but not in a pie chart. So you have to be very, very clear in what your purpose is, what your inference is supposed to be related to, and then decide what visualization you want to go for. Anybody has any questions or any points you guys want to share?
I just want to add a point with reference to the graph actually.
The one that in the end?
Yes, yes.
Yes.
Just before one slide. Yeah. See, in the right side graph, it starts from 0 if you notice it. So always the
Yes.
reference has to be taken when you're comparing any parameters. But the colored one doesn't have a reference. It starts from 50. It
50.
itself says that it's something need to be corrected in that regard actually.
Yes, the scale that has been chosen for both the graphs is different, and that is why the left-hand side one is giving an incorrect illusion that there is a huge difference, but the right-hand side graph is giving the proper illusion that no, there is not much of a difference. They are all almost on the same level.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. So the scale that you
Yeah.
choose is also a very important point, basically.
Excuse me, Nikita.
Yes.
Yeah. Another thing I wanted to mention here, I think graphs, colors does not matter anything. I think so in representation, even they attract more. But here only the thing is, as I mentioned, that the scales as well as the data labels is only difference. I think so.
Yes, the color combination is not adding to any misinformation being conveyed. It is just not visually appealing, basically. That is the only thing that color is doing.
Yeah, that means green is not good, white is good. That is not right.
Green and black are not going, are not something that are chosen together when you have to represent a contrast. They do not go with the color combination rules. That is the part of design aesthetics that we wanted to portray incorrect over here. The scale, the bars chosen, that come under graphical excellence that we have to choose correctly for a visualization.
In the case of 2019 office like that, if we choose in bar graphs like that, they are going to different in colors. They are differentiating. They are translating in a very good manner also.
Okay, no, I have not used that yet. Or
Okay,
I might have 2019, but I've not been, much clear about it. Ever since, very honestly, ever since I've moved to Tableau, my use of Excel for visualization has minimized a lot.
okay, fine. That's
And I
good.
hope after today's session, you will also do the same.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. Anybody else wants to add anything?
It was only the visual appeal we were talking about.
I'm not able to hear you. I'm so sorry. I don't know who this person is.
Yeah, this side again, Dr. Avni. I
Yes,
think it was only about visual appeal. If you are
the
using color
color.
combination, yeah. Otherwise,
Yes, yes.
I mean, not for the interpretation part.
No, in this particular graph, I agree. This is only for visual appeal. But the ones that we will see
Phi 1,
today,
yes. Phi 1 definitely colors will definitely matter. Uh,
yes.
Otherwise, it will all be mixed up.
Yes, like for in this particular example, when I'm making a pie chart, here the colors definitely matter. I cannot have a gray color and a black color together next to next, representing 33 and 23%, right? That will not at all be good enough to convey my message. So when I'm going for a pie chart like this, that time color will definitely matter. But in this particular graph, the flaw that we are accounting for is the missed particular part. When pie chart is not 100%, so you cannot represent it properly, right? Your circle, your circumference stays incomplete. So if you are representing it in terms of percentages, you have to be sure that all of the parts account to be a total of 100%. If they are less than 100%, then pie chart is not the one for you. Yes, is it clear?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay, so we'll not put in a lot of time for theoretical with Tableau. I'll quickly cover the important points and then we'll start with the hands-on. So Tableau, I am sure every one of you must have heard this, right? Anybody has worked on Tableau? Can you let me know? Yes, anyone? Have you ever tried your hands on Tableau or anything?
No, I'm
No,
new to
ma'am.
it.
Okay, so today is the first time that you're going through it. So Tableau is basically a visualization software, guys, where we are going to make beautiful, colorful charts. We are going to get so much of analysis from them, understand things that were not easy to understand before making a chart out of it. And to go through that, let's see how Tableau works. Okay. So we'll see how it looks like in few minutes. So in Tableau, you have three options that you can do. You have three basically different options. First is to create a sheet. Second one is to create a dashboard. And the third one is to create a story. Okay. So together multiple sheets can be combined to get a dashboard, and together multiple dashboards can be combined to get a story. So you get the hierarchy, right? We have sheets. Combination of sheets will give me dashboards. Combination of dashboards will give me the entire picture or a complete story of the data that I have. So to go through this, it is important to follow these steps. The first one is to get a proper data source, whether it is an Excel file, CSV file, or the files that we will look through today. Then you have to create those sheets, whatever you want to represent. Then you have to modify, enhance the sheets, enhance the views. That is, make sure your access is correct, the aesthetics are correct, your graphs are proper, the labels are proper, whether it is in numbers that you want to represent or percentages or mean or average, whatever you want to represent. And then those completed sheets can be organized together, arranged together to create a dashboard. Then this dashboard, after entire modification, can be again organized to get a story. So these three things are the main highlights or applications of the Tableau that we are going to see today. Okay. Next, how to connect to the data source, how to build sheets, how to get dashboards. We are all going to look at it today. So this is a theoretical part which we'll work on. Okay. Another important point to remember before we begin with Tableau is all of you might have come across some software language during your entire career. So every software language has data types in them, right? We have integers, we have strings, we have dates, booleans, true, false, and all those things. So Tableau also has these kind of data types. They are not for the purpose of coding. You don't have to write any line of code today. Don't worry about it. It is for the Tableau interpreter to understand what kind of data you are working, so that Tableau can give you suggestions and a range of ideas that what all manners can you represent this particular data. Okay, so if you have a string value that is alphabets or something, there are a limited number of charts in which you can represent those string values. You cannot represent a line graph for products, right? For example, if you are working for a store where you have to account for a number of pencils sold, number of staplers sold, that cannot, pencils, staplers, erasers cannot be expressed in a straight line. They have to be in a bar only, a bar of pencils, a bar of erasers, and a bar of staplers. So in the same way, it is important for Tableau to understand that what is this data, so that it can give you ideas and the best possible visualization for that particular data type. So in Tableau, we work with these data types. We have strings, alphabets, numbers, integers, whole values, everything come under this. Next, we have date, and again, we have date and time. Date and time comes into picture when you must have seen whenever you get a receipt, whether it's in DMart or whether it's in a mall or any shop, it comes time stamped. Okay, so if you are buying something at 2:26, so the receipt gets stamped 17th January 2:26 p.m. So date and time represents that. If you only consider date, it will only be 16th of Jan. Boolean values are true and false, nothing else, or 1 or 0, that is it. That is either yes or no. Geographical, we have already seen addresses, pin codes, areas, everything form under geographic values. Next is cluster or mixed, that is a combination of all. How it looks like, we will see, and then you will get a better idea. Very important. In Tableau, all of these data types are represented using these icons. Okay, so whenever next to a data or next to a variable you see this particular icon of ABC, you have to immediately understand that this data type is considered as a text, this as number, this as date. Calendar and clock together give you a date and timestamp. True or false, Boolean. Geographical by this entire globe. This is sorry. And cluster by this mixed value. So these are few symbols that we will see when we start how they are being represented. Apart from that, types of variables, I think everyone is aware, right? We have a categorical variable and a numerical variable. Yes, guys, you have heard about it?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll just go through it very quickly to give you an idea. In categorical variables, we have limited number of variables. For example, ranking, that somebody came first, second, third, that comes under the ordinal ranking. Then we have categorical variables which do not have any ranking, right? For example, color of your eye, color of your hair, it may be black, brown, white. We cannot say white is number 1, brown is number 2. No, there is no range. There is no order, there is no standard. We just have limited number of values for that particular variable. So that comes under the nominal categorical variable. Continuous, again, we have two numerical variables. One is continuous, whether it is your weight, age, height, anything. And discrete is something that you can very easily count. For example, number of pens you have, number of books you have, and so on. So these are the few types of variables that we are going to look through at today. Next, a very, very important part in Tableau. Tableau divides all of its variables into two parts, dimensions and measures. Okay. In the user interface of Tableau that we are going to look at, you will get this kind of a pane. The top part of this data pane is dimensions. The bottom part is known as measures. Okay, so this is split into two, dimension and measures. So dimensions and measures are very, very, very important. You can convert a measure into dimension and vice versa, depending on what visualization you have to go for. Okay, so what are exactly these dimensions and measures? So dimensions are nothing but, you can say dimension is a type of an independent variable. For example, if you can read it over here, product name, region, ship date, all of these are independent. They do not depend on any other thing about a product or a store. Let's say we are considering a store for this. Product name does not depend on the store that we are talking about or the region that we are talking about. or the ship date we are talking about. So basically they are independent. Coming to the measures, when I talk about profit or sales, they are definitely dependent to something or the else. It may be that we need to know what was the sales for a particular product, or what was the profit for a particular product, or what was the profit for a particular region. So measures is something that we always try to get with respect to a dimension. Is this idea clear, guys? Any questions, any doubts over here?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so I'll repeat it once more. Dimensions are something that are considered to be independent. Measures are something that are considered to be dependent on one or the other dimension. And we always try to analyze measures with respect to dimensions. I hope this is clear. If not, once we go in the hands-on, I think it will give you a better picture. Okay, so let's not go into much of depth now. So we'll quickly start with the part. I'll share the installation link with you guys. Yes, I've shared it in the chat box, guys. You can go through this. You will get a button of download free trial. You can download it and install the exe file. It will just take 2 or 3 minutes. Also, I'll attach the data set in your WhatsApp group. Yes, guys, I've sent the Excel also, the data set that we are going to use. Please get that also from your WhatsApp. Okay, can we begin?
It's being downloaded,
Sir,
ma'am. We
it
have
is
the
being
minute.
downloaded. 3 to 4 minutes will be required.
Okay, we can start a little bit till then.
Yes, ma'am. It will take time.
It will take
Because
some
it is-
time. We'll
Yes,
start. Yeah.
because it is around 700 MB, so it will take some time.
Yes, we'll start. We'll not.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am.
Yes, Dr. Ravneesh, we have sent the Excel file in the WhatsApp group. The name of the group is, I think, ATAL FDP VBS.
Yes, ma'am, received.
Yes.
Sample Superstore XLS.
Yes, sample superstore. Okay.
Because ma'am, you also send me the file. I'll also send.
Sir, I'll send it to you also.
Yeah, send it to me.
Okay.
Would you mind putting that file in chat window? It will be helpful.
I'll just see if I can attach over here. I think we don't have the option to attach. Sir, do we have that option, Pranjal?
Yeah, that is why I'm asking you to give it to me. I'll drag it.
I'll send it to you, sir, on WhatsApp.
Yeah.
So Pranjal sir will upload it.
Yeah, sure. Because we are out of social media basically, so
Okay.
there are some challenges.
No, we'll share it. No worries. Okay. Yes. Okay, I hope my screen is visible, guys. Okay. Guys, my screen is visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. Okay, so this is how, when you are done with installation and when you'll start it up, this is how the icon of Tableau looks like. Over the bottom, my cursor is there, you can see, guys. And this is how the first page of your Tableau software will look like. The introductory page, basically, you may say. And you can see here it is written data source over here. This is where you are going to add your Excel sheets and your data sources that you want to add to. Okay, so the first step is definitely to connect your Tableau with your data source. Your data source might be anything. Okay, I'll do one thing. I'll show it to you since the beginning. I'll restart my Tableau and show it to you so that you get a better idea. Okay, so yes, others, please mute yourself. Yeah. So when you open your Tableau for the first time, this is how it is going to look. On the left hand side, you have the options to connect your Tableau with the data sources. On the right hand side, you will get all the current options or current things that are happening with Tableau. Like you have visualization of the day. If you go there, if you click, you can go to that website and you can see what it is. And today's visualization is, let's let it load. Okay, so F1 season, if anybody is a fan of F1 car racing, this is how they have visualized it using so many graphs for individual drivers, which car they are using. You can see when I'm putting my cursor, you get the name of the person, you get the car that they are driving and what position they are in. So as I move my cursor, you are getting all the details related to that. So this is the visualization for the day. So this is what right hand side does. This is the live Tableau portal, you can say, and here we have to connect it. So you can see we have many options that we can connect, many data sources, whether Excel, text, JSON, and this is not a licensed version. So I'm not having more options, but in the licensed version or in the trial version that you will download, I've given you the link for the trial version. You have the option of linking your Tableau with SQL Server also. So you can download the files or the tables from SQL and you can visualize them also, which I think most of the big companies are nowadays doing. They are linking Tableau with PL/SQL and they are going for visualization there. So we have an Excel file, the one that I have shared with you guys. So we'll simply go to Microsoft Excel. We'll go to the folder where it has been saved. We will select the sample superstore file and we will click on open. Okay. As soon as you do that, your page becomes turns like this. Okay, that left and right panels go away, and this is what you get. Why are we getting this is because in my sample superstore, I have 3 sheets: orders, peoples, and returns. So Tableau wants to know out of these 3 sheets, which one do I want to connect to Tableau. So I'll keep it very simple and I want orders. So I'll drag orders and drop it over here where it's written drag tables here. Okay, so I have taken the orders sheet. Now, there are other ways where you can take these sheets, you can connect them to each other using a common column and everything. That can also be done, but we'll see that a little later if time permits. Right now, we are limited to this orders table. Okay. On the bottom side of the pane, you can see left hand side is giving you a rough idea. If you click over here, this arrow, it goes away. And just, okay. So you can see the entire Excel sheet of orders loaded over here. You have row ID, order date, ship date, and so on. Everyone is clear till now, guys?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, yes.
Okay, okay. If your Tableau is done, you can just run that exe file and keep it, let it work at the back end. Just let it install at the back end.
It
Yeah, just
during installing it wants restarting of the machine. So that is
no, you don't have to
problem.
restart your PC. No, you don't have to
Oh, yeah,
restart your PC.
So
Don't
I'm
do
just
that.
closing. Okay.
Yes. Okay.
Nikita, you can continue because the video is getting recorded now, so we will try this later.
Okay, sure. I'll continue. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so few minutes back, we saw some data types in Tableau, right? We had integers, we had strings, and every one of the data type had a symbol. So here you can check these symbols over here. Okay, hashtag was something that was representing an integer or a number. Row ID, you can see very clearly that yes, this is an integer. Here you have an ABC, that is string. Calendar represents a date. You can see this is an order date. Ship date again represented by calendar, and so on. We have geographical locations as well. Okay, country, city, state, postal code, and I think that's all that we have today. These particular data types are there in this particular sheet that we have imported. Another thing, there are times when you want to change it. Okay, there may be a time when you want Tableau to read this row ID as a string rather than an integer. So to do that, over here you have this arrow. You can click there. You can go to change data type and you can select how you want to read it, whether it is a decimal, whether it is a string. Let's see string. Okay. As soon as I select string, my hashtag is being converted to ABC. Okay. But now I don't want it ABC, so I'll change it back to number. This was just to show you guys. So that's why I changed it. Okay. So the data type of my columns can be changed to what I want unless and until I'm not affecting or modifying my data. Okay. I'm not tampering with my data. I'm free to do that. So this is how it looks like. Now, this was the first step, that is getting your data into the Tableau. Second comes is going to the sheets. Now, at the bottom of your pane of the Tableau user interface, you can see you already have a sheet 1. Okay, so you can go there. Now, before explaining it to you guys, you can see there are 3 more buttons next to the sheet 1. The first one stands for new worksheet, second one for new dashboard, and the third one for new story. So whenever I click on new worksheet, a new worksheet gets added over here. If I have to delete it, right click and delete it. Okay, this is how Tableau pane works. Now, yes, anybody has a doubt?
No, it's clear.
Okay. So now, coming to this particular page, your first sheet, and sheets being the basic blocks before going to dashboards and stories, we have to be very, very thorough with them. So when you go over here, over the sheet, this particular panel is being divided into 3 panes. Okay. The left hand side is the data pane, where I told you the top half is represented with dimensions and the bottom half is represented with measures. You can also check dimensions are being represented as blue colors and measures are being represented as green colors. Okay. Geographic locations are in measures. Profit, discount, numerical numbers are also over here. But row ID, and I think there should be one more. Okay, row ID is over here in dimensions. If I had changed it, it might have been going on to measures, but right now we are not going into that much depth. So automatically columns have been taken up as dimensions and as measures. This forms the data pane of your sheet. This particular area is known as marks card. You can see marks, M-A-R-K-S. Marks card, this is used to add detailing to your graphs. The third step that we studied about enhancing your sheets. This is the thing that is going to help you in enhancing your sheets. We will see what each card stands for. Over here you have filters. Okay, filters are something when you want to apply conditions, when you want to say if else then to your data or to your graph. That is the situation when you are going to use filters for. This entire column is known as marks card. Over here, these two shells are known as columns and rows, where you are going to drag and drop your dimensions and measures which you want to represent over here in your canvas. This entire blank white square is known as your canvas. Whatever you drag and drop into your shells, columns and rows will be represented over here in the canvas. Okay guys, is this much clear?
Yeah.
Okay. On the right hand side, you will see a button known as Show Me. When you click on this, you have all the charts that Tableau supports and Tableau can help you make. Okay. There are many charts. We have Gantt. We have this bubble chart. Then we have tree maps. Then pie chart, highlight tables, and so on. Okay. So we will see which ones and when to represent them. But this is where all the charts are possible. Right now, this is taking a lot of space on my canvas. So I am simply going to click on Show Me and hide it. When I want to see them, I can click and get it back. Okay. Is this much clear, guys?
Yes, 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 sir.
Okay. So now, quickly starting up. Okay, I'll make a very simple graph first. Let's say I have to check the sales, okay, for each category of product that my store is selling. I just have to check the sales for every category of product. Okay, so let's drag sales into rows. Let's say columns first, and then we'll come to rows. And category into rows. Okay. So this is a bar chart basically. Let's say I want a vertical one, not a horizontal one. So let's exchange it. Okay. So now I got vertical one, and I can see I have three categories: furniture, then we have office, and then we have technology. Okay, so I have three categories in my store that I'm selling products for. They are furniture, office supplies, and technology, and I have given that as sales. Now you can see as I dragged this particular sales over here to the rows, it automatically became sum of sales, correct? Can anyone tell me why? Yes. Guys, come on, at least take a guess. Even if you're wrong, no problem.
Will you repeat the question?
Yes. So when I dragged the sales over here, okay, we can check here. Just 1 second. Sales are numerical. Yes. Okay, sales is represented by rupees. So when I dragged sales over here, it automatically took sum of sales. I can show it to you again. Yes. So why did Tableau make it sum of sales? Can anyone tell me?
Because it has to categorically give the values of sales category wise. I think that is the only way you can do is by summing the sales of each category. So
Okay, but if I remove category, okay, and then drag sales, yes, even then it is being taken as sum, right?
Yes, yes, yes.
Yes, so why so? Any
By
idea?
default,
Sales or aggregator.
I think any continuous data, sorry, this is Kronal. Any continuous data, it would be automatically sum it up and present. I think that's the better way to present any continuous data.
Any continuous data, okay, Kronal. And somebody else was saying aggregate. I couldn't hear her name.
Yeah, I'm Divya.
Yes, Divya, you're saying something.
Yeah, actually, thinking that it is aggregation of the sales, that the data that we are having by putting it into a bar, it is totaling down every category and then presenting.
Okay, exactly. So what happens is when I talked about dimensions and measures, apart from their one of their attribute being that dimensions are independent and measures are dependent, what happens is measures are always considered to be aggregate. Some form of aggregate is to be taken. For example, instead of sum, if I want something else, I can click on this arrow and I can go over your measure, and I have so many options that do I want average of sales, median of sales, count or distinct count, and percentile, and so on. Okay, standard deviation, variance, all the statistical terms that are possible for Tableau to do. So what happens is whenever we are dealing with measures which are continuous variables, you can see over here, continuous has been clicked. In that scenario, we get an option to aggregate my value in any statistical term that I want it to be, whether it is sum, whether it is average or count or so on. If I choose count, you can see my graph changes, and when I put my cursor over here, it is giving me count of sales. But when I choose sum, it is giving me total sales in amount of rupees. So what happens is, if this does not happen, okay, if we don't get an aggregate of sum or average or something, in that scenario, what happens is, just 1 second, guys. Yes, I'm so sorry for the interruption. Yes. So what happens, guys, if the aggregate is not taken across furniture, okay, they will take individual sales and they will represent it. There won't be the sum of sales. Right now, what I wanted, furniture, furniture, furniture. So add 261, 731, 957. That is addition, that is sum. But if I don't take sum and if I only take sales, these values will be pointed as individual points on my chart spreaded out throughout. That is the reason measures, that is your continuous values, are always taken as an aggregate value, whether it is sums, average, median, whatever we want according to our question. Is this clear, guys?
Ma'am, yeah, things are clear, but I am having a problem. Like my Tableau is not showing me blue colors bars.
Over here, left hand side?
No, no, right hand side when it is supposed to show the chart, there is no
Okay, what
bar
is it showing?
there. Nothing, ma'am. It is blank.
You have dragged the category and sales?
Yes, yes, yes. I have done
Okay.
both columns category and same color is shown there, like blue color is shown.
Okay, so we'll do one thing. I'll finish off this graph and then you can share your screen and we can find out what the problem is.
Sure.
Okay? Yeah. So we'll just finish this fun sheet and then we'll go there. Okay, so this is how it is looking like. Now, this is a very simple graph. There is nothing much that we have done. So let's see on show me. And because I have not chosen that I want a bar graph, I have just dragged the values into columns and shells, columns and rows, and Tableau itself shows which graph is going to be best for me, and it was represented. Okay, so let's see show me and change my options. When I see here, you can see these all charts are blurred out or grayed out. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All of these are grayed out. Few of them can be highlighted. So Tableau is automatically disabling the charts which are not at all suitable for my visualization currently. Okay, so I don't have to go to that length. Tableau is very smart. Tableau saw what I want and automatically disabled all the graphs which are not going to give me suitable results for my particular variables or data types. So let's see what other options that are being highlighted can work. Okay, so this is a graph, a stacked bar chart, where the stacks are for categories: furniture, office supplies, and technology. But this is a little convoluted. I think initial one was better. So I'll go to this undo arrow and I undo it. Okay. Let's see another one. This is an highlight table. So highlight table is giving me a count of total sales with colors. What these colors represent, we'll see in a minute. Next we have is a pie chart. But it's too small. not at all comprehensible, so let's not choose this. Next, we have a scatter plot where the three categories are represented as bubbles. Okay, but I think the one that Tableau chose for me was better, right, guys?
Yes, yes.
Yes, so let's go back to our basic chart and let's hide this show me again. Okay, so this is what we have checked. Now, the manager wants to know that these sales across categories, how are they with respect to region? Okay, region, if we check over here, we have south, west, and central and east also must be there. Yes, east. So we have four regions: north, south, east, west. And now the manager wants to know that how are sales across each of these regions. So this region is supposed to be added as a condition, that is sales for each category with respect to the region. So my problem statement, which was initially sales for each category, is being modified to sales for each category with respect to region. So whenever a condition comes, that condition is supposed to be added in this filters card. Okay, so I'll simply drag this region and drop it over here in the filters. Yes, as I do that, you get a pop-up. Okay, Tableau wants to know which region are you interested in. Right now, I have not decided which region I want, so I'm going to select all and I'm going to click on OK. Okay, now let's say we are interested in North region. I can click on this arrow, edit filter. Okay, North is not there, Central region. Central, okay, and I can check. You can see that the bars have been modified, sales have been modified. Now, instead of doing this again and again, going here and editing the filter, what we can do is just click over here, click on show filter, and on the right hand side, you get this particular filter here itself. Here, if I select all, the values change. Let's say I am selecting only South, and you can get the values accordingly. Is this clear, guys?
Yes.
Yes, sir, yes.
Yes,
Okay.
madam.
Yes,
Okay, so this is how filters work. So right now we have made a very simple graph with sales for each category with respect to regions. Now to make it visually appealing, colors are not necessary over here, but just to make it very visually appealing, what I can do is I can use one of this marks card, which is color, and change these colors. Okay, let's say I want to give each category a color, furniture, something else, office supplies and all. So I'll drag this category and move it over here to the colors mark card. Okay, you can see the colors have been changed and each category is being represented by another color, and the color code is given over here at the right hand side as well. Okay, so now it is a little more visually appealing, guys, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so yes, this is a very simple one. If you want to try, guys, please try it at your end if your installation is done. Till then, somebody was facing an issue. You can share it with me. Please
Sure,
share
ma'am.
your screen
I'll
so we
share that.
can see.
Yeah.
Yeah. I have no idea what. Can you show the data source once, please? Bottom left corner, yeah. Okay, this is there. Go back to the sheet. Can you drag category into color and check?
Yeah, I tried that also actually.
But nothing is happening.
Nothing, ma'am.
Did you try to change the graphs that you have chosen? No, nothing is happening.
Yes, ma'am.
So go to
Try-
one. Yeah, go to analyze. Let's see. Go to analyze.
Next to story analysis over there.
Analyze है ना ऊपर.
Between
Top
map and
ribbon.
story.
Okay, यहाँ पे.
File
Okay.
data, yeah. Click it, sir.
Yeah, I have clicked it.
Yeah, then something is wrong with your installation.
Installation
Analyze
itself is not done completely.
Yeah, analyze के नीचे आना चाहिए.
Options नहीं आ रहा है sir उधर.
No,
Then you
options are
close
coming.
it again, restart it, sir.
There is nothing in the column, no?
No, options are coming. Show mark.
No, sir, there is. In column you have category.
Go to one more sheet. Open one more sheet. We'll redo it. Yeah, open. Yeah. Again, drag it.
Sir, there he is not getting that drag here also in the center of the page that we get.
Go to analyze. I think analyze drop down should activate, no?
Yeah, it is there.
Sir, something. No, but sir, drop down options are not coming.
Analyze, there are many things which comes down.
Yeah, show mark labels, aggregate measures, stack marks.
Oh, we are not able to see anything.
Yeah, ma'am, it is shown here.
Can you just close the application and relaunch the application so that we will have a view?
Yeah, that I will do. Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Yes, please try that. Yes, others, anybody else is trying?
I'll stop it now because.
Yes, you can restart it and then
try,
if
ma'am.
it works, yeah, let's check that.
Thank you so much.
Yes. Anybody else is trying or has tried?
Yes, ma'am. I am Sonali Khurjekar. I was trying, I could just open the Tableau that sheet and I was trying. I took location and product and something and I could make the graph, ma'am. Very basic, but I could make it just now.
Yes, we'll start with the basics and then we'll become champions of it.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. So I'll go back to mine. Yeah. Okay, so this is a very basic one that we have now. Okay, so now what we are going to do, usually we take multiple sheets and create a dashboard, but I'll show you how to create a dashboard and then I'll show you what happens when we create multiple sheets also. Okay, so let's keep this one particular graph ready. And over bottom pane over here, we have an option of creating a new dashboard. Let's click on this and get a new dashboard. Okay, so this is how this looks like for a dashboard. On the left hand side, you have to choose the size. What size do you want for your dashboard? For me, I'm keeping it fixed right now. When I choose it fixed, you get either custom, desktop, laptop, and so on. So let's choose full laptop. Okay, for now. You have the option of all the sheets that you have created over here that you want to represent here on the dashboard. Okay, right now we have created only one sheet, so I only have that as an option. Below that we have some objects. If you want to include a text box, a vertical navigation, a web page, or an image, you can choose any of these objects. Okay, now starting with the first thing, if I have to represent my first visualization over here on the dashboard, I am simply going to drag and drop it over here. When I do that, you can see the filter, the region that I took, and the color code also gets dragged and placed over here. Okay, this is how this has been doing, but entire space of my dashboard has been taken. I don't want my dashboard to be completely occupied by this sheet itself, and that too so such huge bars, because I don't want to represent such huge bars. So let's delete it. To do that, okay, I'll just put a cross over here, delete, and cross and delete. Now, to change the size of my sheet on the dashboard, what I am going to do is I am going to click and press shift and then drag and drop over here. You can see the way changed. Okay, what happens is this becomes a floating sheet rather than a fixed size sheet. Now I can simply use my cursors and change the size. Using this bar, I can change its position. Same can be applied for my filters and color coordinates. Okay, So what I have done is I have clicked on the sheet, I have pressed shift button and then dragged it over here so that my sheet becomes a floating one rather than a fixed one. Now if I have to put more number of sheets on the dashboard, I can simply reduce its size. I can simply move this particular filter. Let's say I don't even want this color code because it is very obvious that this is furniture office supply technology. So I'll just select this and remove it from the dashboard. And I'll take my filter and move it over here. If I change anything over here, you can see correspondingly my bars are changing on the left hand side also, along with the scale which Tableau is taking on itself. Okay, so this filter is again a dynamic one. I can change it even on the dashboard. Is this much clear, guys?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so right now we have put this particular sheet on the dashboard. Now what we are going to do is let's see another sheet and then we will add that also on the dashboard. Let's create another sheet. So to do that, I am clicking on this button of a new worksheet. Let's keep all the sheets together. So I am clicking the left button on the mouse and dragging it over here. Now, we have seen a bar graph, which is a discrete kind of a variable with respect to categories. Now let's see some trend in sales or something. Okay, let's work a little bit with the date column. So what I need to do is I need to find out what are the sales over a period of time or over number of years. So for number of years, I think order date would be better. And for sales, we definitely have a measure known as sales. So let's take sales again, put it on rows. Let's take order date and put it on columns. You can say immediately over a period of 2014 to 2017, I have my data and this is how sales are looking like. But this is not giving me a much idea, right? Is it giving me more idea, guys? Nothing. It is just a line that is being represented, nothing else. So sorry, Tableau has this feature. You can see over here, I have a plus sign for the year. Yes, guys. Okay. Others, can you please be on mute?
Ma'am, can you repeat it once again?
Yes. Can others be on mute, please? There was some disturbance. Okay. Am I audible, guys?
Yes, ma'am, you are.
Yes.
Okay. So now what we have to do is, I'll repeat this particular part. I have to check sales over a period of time. Okay. So because I need over a period of time, I need to have date. For date, I have a column known as order date. So I'll simply drag it and put it in columns. Okay. I have to check sales. So I'm dragging my sales and putting it in rows. So what I am getting is a line graph, which is a simple line, which is not giving me much idea. It's just saying in 2014, in 2015 sales dropped and then in 2017 sales increased. I'm not getting a detailed idea. So to get a detailed idea, Tableau has this option where next to the date, you can see the plus sign over here.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. So when we click on this plus, year gets divided into quarters. Okay, we get quarters, 4 quarters, quarter 1, quarter 2, and so on. So you can check this one. These are the quarters for year 2014. These are for 15, 16, 17, and so on. So there is another plus sign again on the quarters. So when I click on this plus sign, everything gets divided into month. February, there are January also, but because of the size, it's not visible. Yes, so you have January, February, March, and so on. Quarter wise, year wise, everything has been divided. Again, there is a plus sign on the month. Let's click and see what happens. Okay, now everything is divided on the basis of dates. Okay, so this is your quarter 1, January of quarter 1, February, March, and these are the dates: 3rd Jan, 5th Jan, 7th Jan, 10th Jan, and so on. Okay, so as much as detailed analysis I need to know, I can see from these. If somebody asks you in this that what was the sales on 30th of Jan, you can quickly go here, keep your cursor here, and you can see, okay, the sales was 241 rupees for this date of 30th of Jan. Highest in February was 2043 rupees, and that was on 11th of February. Day of order has also been given, 11th of February. Least sales were over here on 2nd of March, that were 202 rupees. So that is the level of detailed analysis that Tableau is giving you that you can check without any extra effort. Right now for my analysis, I don't want such a detailed breakup. I don't want day, so I'm going back to the month. Okay. Now I don't want month, so I'm going back to the quarter. If I don't want quarter, I'll press on the minus sign and I'll come back. But this is not giving me results, so let's go back again. Okay. Let's say I only want monthly, I don't want quarterly. So I'm going to right click here and I'm going to click on remove. Okay. So you can see everything is now only monthly. Q1, Q2, Q3 have been removed completely from my graph. Is this clear, guys?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay, okay, okay. So now this is something that has been created, but the names are not visible months. So what I can do is, second. Okay. What I can do is I can right click on this and then click on rotate label to get my labels either vertical or horizontal. Okay. Right now they are horizontal and they are ineligible. I am only getting FAJ, which is not at all clear. So I'll click it and I'll click on rotate label, and then you can see everything has been moved in a vertical way. It is much more easy for me to read what month it is right now. Correct? Yes, guys.
Okay.
Respond. Okay.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay. So now as I created this new sheet, let's go back to the dashboard and see what has happened. Okay. When I go back to the dashboard, I can see one more sheet has been added here as an option, but I am only have one sheet on my dashboard as of now. Now let's add this also over here. So click, drag and drop. Okay. This is too big, so I will simply one second, guys. Okay, this is how I am representing my second sheet, that is a sales with respect to date on my dashboard. Now, dashboard is ready with all the sheets that I have. There was a point in my visualization, principles of visualization, that there has to be interactivity between the graphs. Okay. So what I mean from that is these two graphs need to be interactive or affected by one another. They have to be somewhat related, because after all, we are representing the same data source and same thing, that is sales. First one is sales with respect to category, second one is with respect to date, but they both are representing sales and hence need to be basically what you can say categorized or related with each other. Okay, so now is it possible for me to apply this particular filter of region to this particular graph also? Okay, that means I want to check sales year wise but also region wise. So to do that, what I am going to do is, region was a filter for sheet 1. So I will go to sheet 1. This particular filter, you have to click over here and you have to go to the option of apply to worksheets. You have multiple options here. Apply to related data sources, this data source, or selected worksheets. Okay, why do we have these options? Because in a more complicated way, you can have multiple Excel sheets combined with each other, connected to each other with a common column. and hence it might be possible that you want this filter on sheet A but not on sheet B or on both. That is the reason you have these options of all the related data sources or only this data source or selected worksheets. Right now I want it throughout. If we want, we can edit it again. So right now I'm going to choose the option of all the sheets using this data source. As soon as you do that, you can see this particular symbol has been added over here. Okay, if I go back, there was no symbol, but when I choose, you can see a symbol has been added. This represents that this particular filter is going to be applied to all the sheets which you have already made and the ones you will make in future also. Okay, that is an important point, that all the sheets that I make after this also will be affected by this filter. Now let's go back to dashboard. Now if I click anything over here, you can see there is a corresponding change in the second sheet also. The graph is changing even for the second sheet. Is this clear, guys?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so this has added interactivity between these two graphs based on a common filter of a region. Okay, so if I don't want anything, if I only want for one particular region, I can go over here and I can get entire data. This is how you have added interactivity. Now, another option. This particular filter is applied to both of them, but when you click on sheet number 2, let's say I want sales for the month of August, because there is a drip over here in August 2016, and I want to find out what was the sales for each category, furniture, supplies or technology, for August 2016. Okay, that is my question. So that means I have to get categories interacted over here in the month of August. So what I can do is, for this particular thing, when you click this graph, you have an option over here which says use as filter. Okay, once I click it, the filter becomes white. After that, whenever you click on one particular month, let's say August 2016 or okay, I'm interested in August 16th. Just look at the graph, guys, over here. Okay, as soon as I click over here, you can see the graphs have changed. Yes. So now for the month of August 2016, sales for furniture have been 12,000, 8,000 and 9,000 roughly. Okay, if I want for anything else, let's say October 15, again, you can get immediate idea. In this, if you only want for South region, you can click that and you can get a more detailed one for South region only. Is this clear, guys?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, yes.
Okay. When I want to come out of it, click any place else and everything becomes normal. Okay, so now interactivity has been added by both the sheets to one another, correct? I want to find anything that is present in either of these two graphs. I can simply use a filter or I can use the complete graph as a filter and get the detailed point. Is this okay?
Yes.
Okay, so now if I do the same over here, I can select this also to be a filter, and then if I want to find out technology, I can click technology and the entire sales from 2014 to 2017 for technology will be visible over here. Okay, if I want for office supplies, the graph changes and this can be done. Once you are done, you don't want to use that particular thing as a filter, you can select it, go over here, click it again, and then this does not become a filter. Very simple, guys. Any doubts, any questions till now? No, I am hoping no. Okay.
No.
So this is
Ma'am,
how this, yes.
One clarity. Can you just show one more time how to add the sheet to the dashboard, ma'am?
How to add the sheet now? See,
Yeah.
whenever I create a sheet now, it automatically comes over here in the options. Okay. Now to add it, I'll do one thing. I'll remove it and I'll show it to you. Okay. I'll left click on this, press shift and then drag the mouse over here. Okay, so basically what I'm doing is left click plus shift, drag and drop. And then you can modify the size and the position as you want.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Got it.
Okay. Yeah. Anybody, any other questions? Okay. So here everything is done. I have the date. I have everything. Now coming back to this, the aesthetics of my graphs are not that well, right? I have sales, I have order date, but I have months, but I'm not given it a title. So to give it a title, I just have to double click on this particular thing known as sheet 2. I have to remove this and then I have to give my title. So let's say I give sales with respect to category. No, with respect to date. I'm so sorry. And then I click on OK and the title has been given. Once I updated, you can check over here on the dashboard, automatically the title has been changed. Okay, so this is a dynamic software. Whatever I do to the individual sheet will get applied automatically to the dashboard sheet also. I don't have to go separately to each one and make the changes individually. That is not necessary at all. Is this clear, guys?
Yes.
Okay. Again, another thing, if you guys want to change the color, on the marks card, there is an option of color. You can go over there and you can click whatever color you want and you can see this has been changed. Okay. You can increase the transparency, but that is for other charts. We will see them, not now. So this is how you can make it visually appealing. Okay. Now, another thing to change the X and the Y axis, basically, let's say I have to change the range of my Y axis. Okay. My sales are ending over here. That is 1,18,000 and my sales is 1,20,000. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to click my Y axis, left click, then right click and go to edit axis. Okay. As I go to edit axis, the first part represents the range of my scale. The second part, whether you want a reversed or a logarithmic scale, we'll see what it is. And the third one is the title. Okay. Now it is automatic, that is Tableau itself is choosing. If I go to fixed, okay, from 0, let's keep it as 1,19,000. You can see this has been modified and sales by date. Okay, and I'll click on cross and you can see everything is updated. Okay, so when you want to update any axis, you will click, right click, edit axis, and you will change whatever you want to change. Now you can see I have changed it from 120 to 119 and hence it is touching the graph, touching the line almost. Okay, is this clear, guys?
Yes, sir.
Okay, yes. Others, can you please be on mute? Thank you so much. To increase the size of the bars, just left click over here when you get the double-sided arrow and drag it towards left or right, and all the bars will be changed uniformly. It won't happen that one bar is thin, one bar is very thick or flat. ऐसा नहीं होगा. All of them will change uniformly and you can see it. Okay. So this is basically what has been there for these two graphs. Now, what we need to do is we need to check about the marks graph a little bit. Okay. One more thing in the dashboard, because I am using this as a filter for both the graphs, in the sheet 1, you can see this has been added over here in the filter region automatically. I did not do it manually, but because I chose this option over here, sheet 1 was modified automatically because all of them are correlated and dynamically updated. Okay. Second thing, we already saw the color. Second one is the label. Label is something when you want to represent everything in terms of numbers on the graphs. Right now, I don't know what this number is unless and until I drag my cursor. But if I need to know what the number is always, I'll click over here on the label, click on show mark labels. Okay. This is to modify the format, font and everything, but let's not go all of that. Let's keep it all and you can see. When I click on show mark labels, the number, highest number comes automatically over here on terms of graph. Similarly, if I do it over here, okay, all the points, the trending points, highs and the lows have been represented with this particular thing. In this, if I want to change and I only want to show minimum and maximum, I can go to the label part. I can click on minimum, maximum, and only the minimum and maximum of one particular year will be shown. So this is a little more neat and tidy than having all the numbers together, all the dips and highs. So this becomes a little tidy for me. Okay, guys, is this better?
Yes.
Okay, anybody wants to try or anybody has tried?
Tried.
Tried, is it working?
Tried, but my both sheets cannot be seen. I don't know why. I mean, we have to do floating option. We have to select.
No, you don't have to select. You have to left click and press shift together.
Okay.
Floating option is for objects that are given over there. For example, if I add a text box and I choose floating, that text box will be floating, not my sheet.
Okay, let me try.
Yep. Anybody else trying, getting some results?
Yeah, I've tried. Can I share my sheet?
Yes, yes, please, you can.
Yeah, got it, ma'am. Got it.
Yes, I think
got it. Yeah.
This is my first sheet, second sheet, and the dashboard.
Okay, you can remove the quarters. I think it will give a better sheet idea.
Yeah. Yes, yes. Understood.
No, you will have to, you want the months and you don't want the quarters, na? So you'll have to right click on the quarter and go to remove option at the end.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, nice. Thank you.
Yes. Okay, great. Yeah. It's looking very pretty. You can add some labels also from the marks.
Yeah. Minimax.
Okay.
Minimax, yeah.
That's it. You can click anywhere outside that panel and you'll be done.
I didn't get, I think, labels.
No, I cannot see labels.
Yeah.
Yes.
Table.
You have to click on show mark labels on the top of the panel also.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Okay. Okay, done. Yeah. Yeah, I got it.
Okay. Thank you so much.
I'll stop sharing. Thank you.
Yes, yes. Anybody else? Any issue anyone is facing? Okay. Okay. Can you please mute yourself?
Sorry. Yeah.
No, it's okay. Okay. So I think people are getting an idea how it is working. So that's great. Let's go to the next part now. Okay. Sheet 1, sheet 2 are completely clear and much, much better. So let's create another sheet also to understand all of these other marks. Okay. That we have options over here. We can check them out. Let's drag this sheet 3 over here. Okay. Now, there is one more option that we have if I have to combine two axes together. Okay. Now, this is something that we have seen for year-wise sales. Now, let's say I have a graph of profit and sales together. I want to check what are my sales and what was my profit corresponding to the sales for that particular period of time. So profit and sales both are measures. Let's drag it over here in rows. Okay. And I want it with respect to period of time, that is years. So again, I am going to drag my order date into columns. Okay. Let's divide it into quarters, months, and remove the quarters because we have done that. Let's keep it this way. So now, with respect to year 2015 to 2017 and with respect to month, I have two things, sales and profit, and I want to compare them. Okay, but because they have a different axis, this one is from 0 to 120, this is from 0 to 15, comparison is becoming a little difficult for me. So what I need to do to compare this is, I need to combine these two graphs using a same axis. I cannot have two different axes for this particular thing. So what I can do is, I can basically just select this, drag this upward. Okay, unless and until you see these two parallel green lines and then leave it over there. Drag and drop. Okay, I'll repeat what I did. Over here, this green color triangle that I can see, just drag it. This represents two different axes. When I take it over here and they come side by side, that is parallel, I drop it over here and we get a same axis for profit and sales, and automatically Tableau has given blue color to profit and orange color to sales. So now I can see that for the month of February, when sales were 4,500, correspondingly profit was 860 rupees. When sales were the highest, let's say this 81,000, profit was highest, that is 8,300. Okay, so what I have done is giving a similar axis or a dual axis to each, I have simply compared my profit and sales together for a given period of time. Is this clear, guys? And when you did that, you saw profit and sales were assigned a different color each, and over here this was updated as measure names also, which was profit and sales. Is this clear, guys? Okay, one more thing. In the sheet 1, when we marked region to be applicable for all the worksheets, you can see over here also the filter region was directly applied, even though we did not select it separately, because that is how we have set it. If I want to remove it from this particular sheet, I'll have to right click, go to edit, I'll have to go to sheet 1 and I'll go to apply to worksheets and I'll go to selected worksheets. Okay. In this, I don't want it on sheet number 3. So I'll uncheck sheet 3 and I'll click on OK. And you can see this has gone from sheet number 3. Is this clear, guys, this much?
Excuse me, just the color of profit and sales are coming same. I mean, why is it so?
For you, is the axis same?
Yes.
So you can do one thing, you can go to color and click on edit colors. Okay, if we have to change the colors right now, I'll repeat for others also, this is something useful. If you want to change the colors, if you don't like blue and orange together, you can click on color card, go to edit, select profit, okay, the first term, which color you want. Let's say I want red. For sales, let's say I want yellow. Click on apply and okay, and you can see they have been changed to red and yellow. Okay, this is how you can change the colors also as per your wish or whatever your favorite color is. If I have to add the marks, I can go here, show mark labels. Let's select minimum, maximum. You can see all these options have been selected. That's it. So maximum profit, maximum sales, everything has been represented over here. Is this clear, guys?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay. Now, I'll come to the person who was not able to get two colors. We'll discuss it. Let me finish this points in this graph. Now, another marks card. Okay, let's say what I want right now is I can see when I move my cursor, I can see the sales, what it was. I can check the corresponding profit. But I also want to see what was the discount offered during that particular time, but I don't want to represent it in this graph. So what I can do is I can choose this discount, drag it and drop it in the detail part and leave it. Okay. What happens with this is when I move over here, you can see the discount has been added in the tooltip itself. Yes. Is it visible, guys? Second last is the discount.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes.
So detail is something you can also add it in the tooltip, huh, guys. Even tooltip will work. It's on you. Detail is used for other stuff also. We will check what it is. Tooltip is specifically for adding points to the cursor if you want to add. Right now it is discount. If I want to add quantity also, I can drag the quantity and you can see quantity has also been added over here. Is this clear, guys?
Yeah, ma'am.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
have one small question here.
Mm-hmm.
Like when we are representing two different data here, that is the profit and the sales. So when we are doing minimum and maximum, it is giving maximum for one data and minimum for the other one. Isn't it like that?
Yes, it is giving me minimum for the profit and maximum for the sale. So for that, you will have to go to label and you will have to change the selected part over here. You can go to the highlighted part and then highlight whatever you want to, and that will be represented.
Okay, fine, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. If you want selected, you can do the same. That will also work. So even for minimum and maximum, rather than automatic, if you select measure values and check, that might also help. One second. Yeah. Okay, so this is taking automatic. You can select selected or highlighted and then you can check for the same. Is it clear?
Yes.
Okay, so basically, so this is what tooltip is being used. You can change what marks or what labels you want to make. You can also mark the start and the end of the lines, highest, lowest, whatever you wish to. Okay, so this is how it looks like. Anybody is facing any issue over here? Yes, guys. Okay, one more thing. Yes, one more thing. For your reference, because we are creating multiple sheets, you can right click over here and go to rename and change the name. Okay, for you to have better reference when you are coming back to your work. Second one was region, date, sorry. Date, so we are going by date. So you can do that for all your sheets and you can do that for your dashboard also. So when you go to the dashboard, you can see the names of the sheets have been updated over here also. You have category, date, and others I have not renamed, so they are as it is. Okay. Coming back to the next one, we are creating a new sheet. Now let's say I have to get a percentage of something. Okay, let's say I want to calculate what is the profit with respect to sales, profit margin I have to calculate. Now Tableau gives you this very good option of making or performing calculations on the Tableau sheet itself. Okay, so I have to create profit margin. It is going to be a numerical value. It will be a continuous value. So I am going to put it in the measures also because it is going to be dependent on profit and sales. So it cannot be a dimension because it is a dependent value. So to calculate it and to add it in my data, and because it is a measure, I come over here in the measure pane, I right click and I go to the option of create calculated field. Okay, I need to calculate profit margin. So I am giving the title of this as profit margin. Now, how is profit margin calculated? It is calculated by a simple formula, profit divided by sales. Okay, so I need profit from here. So I'm going to drag the profit divided by sales. Okay, as soon as you do that, you get over here that the calculation is valid. But what happens in this scenario, guys? Let's take profit upon sales. I'm coming back to the data source for a minute. I'm canceling it. Okay. Profit upon sales. Yes. This is my profit. This is my sales. When I say profit upon sales, what my Tableau will do, it will perform a row-wise calculation. That is 1665 upon 3083, 383 upon 957, 147 upon 190, and it will create a new column known as profit margin. But I don't want to be done row-wise. What I want is an aggregate percentage of profit margin. Okay, I don't want a new column to be added over here. I want an aggregate, a total percentage. Percentage will not come when I do a row-wise calculation. So what I am going to do is, again, I'm doing the same thing. Profit margin. Okay, I'll drag profit and I will drag sales. Okay, because I want an aggregate percentage instead of individual value, I am going to write as sum of profit divided by sum of sales. Okay, so instead of doing a row wise calculation on each profit upon sales, I am taking total sum profit upon total sales to get a total profit margin. Once you do that, you get an option that the calculation is valid. In Tableau, again, a very smart one. You can see if I remove this expression also, immediately you get the warning that the calculation has errors. When you click on drop down, you even get what the error is, expecting closed parenthesis for sum. Okay, so Tableau is a very smart interpreter. As soon as you do this, apply, okay, and you can see a new measure has been created, which is known as profit margin. Okay, is this clear, guys? Any doubts over here?
Can we just have quickly repeat the steps, ma'am, if you don't mind?
I'll do it. I'll do it. Just 1 second and I'll repeat the
Yeah.
entire process. Okay. So this profit margin, let's just first plot it over here. You can see the profit margin is coming as 0.12 because we wanted it as a percentage. So this has been represented properly. I need it as a percentage. So I need to format my y-axis. So I'll click, right click, edit axis. Or there is another way, right click, format, and on the left hand side you can select over here, instead of number you want a percentage with 1 decimal, and you can see everything has been considered. So basically you are having a profit margin of 12.5 overall from the year 2014 till 2019, whatever the data was there. Is this clear, guys, what we have done? Why did we put sum? I'll repeat it again once the entire steps. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So formatting is done. Over here you have an cross mark. You will just click on the cross and come back to your data pane. Now to create, I'll do one thing. I'll create another calculated field. So that will also give you an option. Create calculated field. Okay, let's create a profit, only profit. Profit is nothing but sales. Okay, let's not create profit. What should we create? Sales minus discount. Okay, I'm just doing a random calculation, guys. There's no meaning to this. Discounted value. Okay, let's say I have to do sales minus discount. So I'll drag my sales minus of discount. Okay, when I do this sales minus discount, what will happen is, okay, for each row there will be a new column created. Each row will have sales minus discount, 3000 minus 5, 957 minus 4, 190 minus 6, and respected value will be added in that particular column row wise. But I don't want that. I want to have a consolidated consolidated answer, that what is the total sales minus total discount, so that I can see what the behavior has been. So for that, what I'm going to do is, I'm going to create a calculated field where it is going to be sales minus discount. But because I want aggregated, I'm going to select sum. And apply. There is something wrong. Oh, I'm not written sum over here. Okay, this is valid and apply and okay. And you can see new field has been created named as calculation 1. So when I remove profit margin, add calculation, you can see I have a total in number of thousands. Okay, is this clear, guys?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When you create a calculated field, guys, this is not of importance to me, so I'm just removing it. This is, I'll put profit margin back over here, 12%, we'll keep it that. So now when you create a calculated field, it is a very easy way in Tableau. When you click on this particular arrow, you can see you have all mathematical functions available over here. You can divide the date. If you want to find age of a person, you can use date difference, subtract the birth year, current year and birth year, and get the age of the person. You have date name. You have all these functions over here. If you want to read about any of it, you can just right click, read what it stands for and make it work. You can even write if else loops. For example, if you want to represent that if for 1 month discount is more than profit, then highlight those. You can use an if else loop for that particular process also. So all of these calculations are available. You have boolean values, boolean functions also, whether a column name is null, blank, is of the week, is the quarter null. Like for example, what was the date or what was the day on this particular date. For example, you want to know what was the day on 16th of January. You can use, which one is it? Is weekday, and then you can find out what was the day. Okay, so you have so many functions for getting calculated field. You have maximum, minimum, average, everything, square root, cube root. Whenever you have time, you can take this particular data set and try n number of things with it and create maximum number of calculated fields just for experimentation and charts. Is this okay, guys? Yes, come on.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, it was
Yes,
very
ma'am.
nice, ma'am. Thank you.
Oh, it's still pending, don't worry. So we have made graph charts, we have made line charts using trends, and then we have created a dashboard. And one more thing, when I created this particular chart, there was one more tree map that was there. We have a tree map and then okay, so in this tree map, guys, what happens basically is color coordinated it is. Whichever has a highest number, you can see automatically a scale has been added. So light blue is for minimum sales, dark blue is for maximum sales. Okay, this has been there. To represent. So light blue is minimum. So you can say office supplies has the least amount of sales, technology has maximum amount of sales. If you want to change the color, you can go over here, you can go to edit colors, change the scale, whichever you want to. We are going to do that in a minute. But this is how a tree map looks like. There is a similar one known as a heat map also, which you can use. This I think we already saw. Okay, just to let you know what other kind of charts are there. So we'll keep it to our basic one, let it be. Now, another type of a chart that I'm going to show you today, this will be the last one, we'll end it, we are running out of time. This is known as a waterfall chart. Let's give it a quick label also. Okay, now waterfall chart is basically used to compare two things. Okay, compare few things, more than two things. So now what we are going to do is we have to compare the profit across each category or subcategory, and we have to represent it, which is giving me profit or which is giving me loss. So to do that, I have to check profit for each subcategory of the product. So I'll quickly drag subcategory in column and I'll drag profit in the rows. Okay, so this is how I am getting. Tables are going negative. That means tables are definitely showing a loss. Supplies are also showing a loss. Bookcases are also showing a loss. Now, I want to represent all of this in the form of a waterfall chart where it is very easy to guess whether it is profitable or whether it is giving loss, creating loss for the store. So to do that, I am going to create a waterfall chart. For that, let's get the running total. What we do is we take an aggregate of loss and we calculate total profit and create a positive graph. So for that, we are going to go to analysis, we are going to go to totals, and we are going to say there is no running total over here somehow. Just 1 second, guys. Okay. Okay, let's keep it as okay, let's keep it as this right now and then we'll change it later. Okay, so now what happens is I need to create a waterfall chart. Let's keep it that way. To do that, I am going to use marks card to the proper or you can say maximum particular level. Okay, so for that, I'm going to select the shape. I don't want it to be automatic, but rather I want it to be a Gantt bar. Okay, Gantt, because it represents a sort of a waterfall, you can say. As soon as I do that, you can see the bars have changed. The size of these bars represent the profit. If the profit is more, the size of the bars is more. If the profit is less, size of the bars is less. To tell my tableau that I want the size to be decided on the basis of profit, I am going to drag this and put it in size. Okay, is this clear, guys? The size card was remaining for us to understand in the marks card. That is the reason I have chosen this particular chart. So what we do is, let's keep it automatic. Okay, this is how my graph was looking like. What I need to do is I need to change the size based on the profit. So if I just click profit and drag it in size, the size of the bars is changing. They become slim if the profit is less. They become thick if the profit is more. Okay. So what is changing is the thickness of my bars. But what I want to change is the height of the bars. So to do that, I have to go to automatic here and I have to click the Gantt bar. So what happens? The height of the bar changes on the basis of the number or you can say profit for that particular category. Is this clear, guys?
Yeah, it's clear.
It's clear. Okay. Now I want to know, I want this graph to
Yeah.
be represented in such a way that it should be very easy for me to understand whether it is profitable or whether it is non-profitable at a single glance. Okay. So to do that, I am going to take profit into colors. As I explained it to you in the tree map, the colors have been given that orange is negative, dark blue is positive, highest profit. But the shades of orange are varying. So to remove this discrepancy, I'll choose on color. I'll go to edit colors and I'll choose stepped color. I only want to represent whether it is profitable or non-profitable. So I don't need 5 shades or 5 steps. I only need 2 steps. Okay. Red for non-profitable, blue for profitable. That is it. Let's apply and okay. So this immediately tells me tables, supplies, bookcases are non-profitable. Everything else is profitable. If I have to show the labels, I can select the labels and represent it as well. Is this clear, guys?
But ma'am, this looks quite fragmented when we say waterfall.
That is, yes, that is fragmented because I don't know why I'm not getting a running total option over here. Usually we get that running total option. I think I have to change something into dimension or measure. Something is wrong. 1 second, I'll check. So it comes under waterfall when we get a running total, but right now I'm not getting that option of running total.
Madam,
I'll
you are
check.
using Tableau Public or you are using Tableau Desktop?
Sir, public.
I think there are some features now which are not available in
In public, na sir, I think that may be possible.
You do it on
But sir,
desktop, no?
on desktop it is working. I've done it on desktop initially, sir.
For Tableau
it
free
may
one,
be.
there are some functionalities which is not available.
Which is not available, sir. I
Yes.
think that may be the reason. But then I'll share it with you guys. I'll share the steps with you guys and you can check because you have downloaded desktop. You have not downloaded public.
All right. Thank you, ma'am.
Yes. So this is how it is visible. When you want to show any more than 2 colors, you want to represent 3, you can click stepped and you can change it over here also. Okay. So this was the main highlight of this chart, to represent 2 things together. And x-axis, y-axis, you guys have already seen how to change. You can edit the size also using these particular options. Okay. Anybody has any doubts?
That's fine.
If you want to add a total, you can go to a total and show the round total. This will give you total sales across all the categories all over. If you don't want it, you can remove it. Is this clear, guys?
Yeah.
Yes, it's clear.
Okay. So I hope you have been happy with the tableau.
That was, I mean, Nikita madam, very wonderful session. Okay, a lot of things. So, I mean, yeah, Pranjal sir is there. I thought Pranjal sir would have left.
Why? How, sir? I'm here
So,
only.
I mean, faculty members, it was very nice to see 73 participants. Okay.
Yes, yes, sir, definitely. And I hope everyone will try it out and at least try something or else on Tableau and make colorful charts, many colorful charts.
So I think that is sufficient for today. I mean,
Yes,
all our faculty members, they sat for, I mean, 2 hours and 2 hours, 4 hours, and tomorrow they'll have to sit for 6 hours.
Again.
Okay, we have 3 sessions of 2 hours each. In the morning, I'll be there to discuss about marketing analytics, the use cases, and some techniques. It was a very nice day, and I mean, request all the faculty members, please fill in your feedback forms before 4:30. It will get auto closed. Thereafter, we will not be in a position to do anything. And please use your email address, what you have used for registering your in the AICTE FDP, so that we can match and give you attendance. And we'll share the resources for tomorrow, whatever we have to share, and we will share the resources of today with you in the Google Classroom. Pranjal sir, anything we want to say before we bring down the curtains?
Well, not really. I'm just wondering if everybody, those who are attending these live sessions, have joined Google Classroom or not, because eventually I shared passcode as well of Google Classroom. So I'm just confirming whether they all have joined, because all, reading material, quizzes, and all other things we are going to share in the classroom only. So I'm just wondering if everybody has joined it or not. Just confirm us whether you have joined it or not.
Yes.
Sir, can you share that Google Classroom link again on the WhatsApp group?
Okay, so what I'll do, I'll share the passcode. So through that passcode, you can join.
Okay, fine, sir.
Because that will help.
Yes,
Yeah.
Sir, I think
sir.
we have uploaded nothing till now because I entered, but I did not know.
We will do it, sir. We will do it. We will do it. We will do it.
That means I am there.
Yeah, you are there. You see that classroom, so you are there.
No, I have uploaded
And,
today's PPT. I have uploaded today's PPT in the Google Classroom.
Hello.
So we have to share that.
Yes,
link.
Santosh.
We have to share that.
Sir, I would like to ask you, sir, feedback form will also fill in this session, evening session?
It is
Yeah, I've
done, no,
shared that
sir?
link,
Sir, yes.
Okay, sir. Where it is available?
Yeah, chat box, and at the same time your WhatsApp group. I have shared the link there.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Yeah.
Check the
WhatsApp group or email, mail.
No, not
No,
email,
not on
WhatsApp
mail,
group and chat
on
box.
WhatsApp and chat both.
Okay, sir. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yes, thank you all the participants, sir. I can leave.
Yes, Nikita, very nice, very great session.
Yes.
Okay, we
Yes,
covered
thank
lot
you
of
for
Thank
all the
you.
participants who were so
Thank you,
interactive
Nikita
throughout the
madam.
session. Thank you so much
Thanks,
for your
thanks.
wonderful comments. Thank you, sir.
Yes, thanks.
Thank you, everybody. Bye.
I'm once
Thank you,
again
sir.
sending you the passcode and link of the Google Classroom. So all of you are requested to join as early as possible, because since today was an initiation session, it's fine. From tomorrow onwards, you will be having various things over there. So be there in the classroom. I'm just sharing everything with you, especially the passcode. Class code, I mean.
So as of now, there is nothing in the Google Classroom, right?
Yes, there is
Okay,
nothing. I
right,
mean,
sir.
actually,
Right.
I have uploaded my presentation. Register also has uploaded his presentation, but we actually have kept in our own drives, in our own folders. We are going to give you the
Right.
link later on.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes,
yeah.
yes, yes.
So I'm simply sharing the class code once again. So go and join. So you know how to join, especially Professor Tabriz. You just have to go to classroom.google.com and join the class, put this class code, you will be able to join.
Hello.
Tabriz, are you there?
Yes, sir, I'm there, sir. I will be doing that.
Yes, yeah, okay, fine.
I'm
Okay,
just
guys,
waiting for
thank
the
you very
passcode.
much. Yeah, I've given you the passcode. Receive
Yes, sir,
the
yes.
passcode?
Dr. Avnish, could you solve your problem of that Tableau bar not coming? Sir is not there. Okay, sir, we'll take it tomorrow or afterwards.
Yes.
Yeah.
Chalo then, good evening.
Bye-bye.
Have a wonderful evening. See you tomorrow.
Sorry,
in the
sir,
morning.
I could not solve it. But
Maybe
I'll try
we'll
to
take it offline.
restart. Actually, I will try to restart my computer and then I will also check once again.
Yes.
And if it persists, then naturally I'll be in touch with you, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir. Bye.
Bye-bye, sir.
Okay then. Bye.